of becoming president. The FBA said once in power, he would establish a drug regime in Guinea-Bissau. The country is known as a key narcotics trafficking hub, particularly cocaine, heading from Latin America to European markets. More than a decade ago, the United States and the United Nations even declared it Africa's first narco state. Malam Bakai Sania Jr. previously held several roles in the government, including serving as his father's economic advisor. He was arrested in Tanzania before being extradited to the United States in 2022. It's thought that drug traffickers often finance election campaigns for politicians they can rely on to protect the illegal trade. Earlier, I spoke to Dr. Kwesi Aning, a security and political consultant, and I started by asking him to give us a sense of what kind of messaging would the jailing of a former president's son send.
Well, I think there are multiple messages within that short sentence. First, that it's an indication that for those people in West Africa who use narcotics as a conduit to fund their political activities, to those who collude the politicians with criminal networks and the businesses that are doing narcotics but covered with legitimate businesses, that the long arm of the law will get you. Number two, that coup making will be frowned upon. But equally importantly is that there's a recognition that narcotics and the criminal networks that use them are posing an existential threat to West African states.
If I can just jump in, are you able to give the context of Guinea-Bissau and the illegal drugs trade there? Just narrow it down if you can.
Well, I mean, Guinea-Bissau for the past 30 years has been the northern hub for narcotics trafficking in West Africa to Europe. A lot of the drugs that passes through Guinea-Bissau and onward to Europe start their journey from South, Central, and Latin America. Because Guinea-Bissau is a country made up of hundreds of small islands, the capacity of the state and its navy particularly to police and extend law enforcement to these islands are terribly weak. That has created an enabling environment backed by the political and business classes, sometimes also by the military, to ensure that the smuggling actually became a part of the political and the business environment in this country.
Well, even as we speak about that, cocaine, a UN report from last year outlined that cocaine was being increasingly used on the African continent. Could this be a contributing factor?
Cocaine, methamphetamine, tramadol, increasingly fentanyl, are all beginning to become a critical challenge, particularly with respect to the youth. But more disturbingly, also that is beginning to infiltrate the way that politics and political parties are funded.
And I wanted to speak about that because some experts have said that drug traffickers in relation to Guinea-Bissau and networks are highly influential, well entrenched in the country's government, often funding election campaigns for politicians they rely on to protect the illegal trade. What more do you know about this?
Yes, I mean, as I said earlier on, Guinea-Bissau for a very long time, almost about 30 years, has served as the northern hub for narcotics of all sorts to enter the sub-region. But I think if we focus only on Guinea-Bissau, then I think we are making a mistake. Because right from Mauritania, where the fishing industry has a close business relationship with how narcotics come into the country, to Senegal, to Liberia, to Sierra Leone, narcotics in all its forms are beginning to pose an existential threat to West African states, particularly because it's closely related to illicit financial, flows, to money laundering, to IGAD, to ECAS, and to SADC. Is that all those instruments that have been passed must now be implemented.
Now, when it comes to talking about mental health, particularly among men, it can often be a topic that's shrouded in silence and stigma. You may have heard the phrase, "big boys don't cry," the traditional and accepted gender norm in many societies across the globe, especially here in Africa. In these patriarchal environments, men often shy away from seeking help in times of crises. Well, black men's mental health is a theme that writer and director Ryan Calais Cameron tackles in his play, For Black Boys, who have considered suicide when the hue gets too heavy. The play received considerable acclaim in the United Kingdom and was nominated for an Olivier Award for Best New Play last year. Priscilla Koinange went to London's Garrick Theatre to speak to Ryan and the cast of the play.
And this is for black boys who have considered suicide, but decided that our stories must be told.
When you know where you're coming from, it gives you a much better sense of where you are going in your life. When you have a solid foundation, your direction is a lot more assured.
Let him step into his promise. Don't you dare hold him back. His history is no longer in hostage.
Now, both of your characters touch on the past, the present, and the future of a black man, and also the taboos and some of the societal pressures that you guys do face. I loved the monologue that you had when it came to the black curriculum, talking about black history, specifically African history. Can you tell us why that was important to add in there?
I'm from Sierra Leone. Like Sierra Leonean history, we had one of the first universities in Africa in Ball College. People used to go there from all over the world to study, and like how many Sierra Leoneans or how many Africans know that today? You know, if you look up Sierra Leone, what you hear about is the Civil War, Blood Diamond, the film, and it's easy for these things to be embellished. As horrible as they were, there's so much more to us than that. And I think when you understand who you are and the richness of your history, it just gives you a pride and a bit more sense of self.
And now your character, Jet, we see some of the issues that he struggles with. He has a great father who's very present, but his father's hiding that he has prostate cancer.
It's not even necessarily health issues specifically. I think it's this like facade that we deal with. I can only speak of my experience in West Africa, but the look of things outside and keeping up a facade because they believe that, you know, it's not necessarily how it feels, it's how it resonates with it, the perception of it, specifically health, you know, like the idea of a man and a masculine man is somebody who is the provider, hunter-gatherer, and to have any form of weakness is to invite that like threat to his family. And I think I said, I have a therapist to my mom, and my mom was like, you know what that, mental health.
Let a black boy move. Let him shake and shuffle without fear.
I've lived with these characters for over a decade, you know, and there's no way that I could write something like this and not lend myself to every single character and then not ask my cast to do the same, you know. So, yeah, they're deeply personal, and the play is a deeply personal play.
There was different representations of black boys and black men. Why did you think that was important to show?
There's not one version of blackness. How many can I actually get on stage legally? How many can I get? So fortunately, we've got six. We've got 6 versions of unique, different versions of blackness, you know, and every single one of them is authentic. And as the play grows, so do the themes and the characters as these men grow as well. We're having a therapy session with 900 people.
It was a therapy session, I will say. But during that therapy session, there was a lot of laughter,
Exactly.
There was a lot of joy,
Yes.
and that was portrayed through music, through dance, through touch.
There's no point for me going or taking my audiences to a really dark place if I'm not willing to give you hope. It has to be reminding us of everything that is special and unique and incredible and beautiful about being black. You know, something that society is not going to give to us. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to celebrate that among ourselves. And that's what this play is essentially. It is a celebration of what it means and a reminder of what it means to be black.
Powerful message there. And now, for a reminder of our top story. 4 days after more than 130 children were rescued from their kidnappers in Nigeria, they are reunited with their parents. But there are frustrations about how long it took. The pupils were abducted more than 2 weeks ago from their school in the northwestern state of Kaduna. At the time, the school reported that more than 280 children had been taken. However, authorities said the numbers were fabricated. And of course, you can always get in touch with me and some of the team on social media with your feedback to today's program. I'm at Wahiga Mwaura on X. Also, have a look at BBC Africa for more stories. That's all from the program. From me, Wahiga Mwaura and the rest of the Focus on Africa team, see you tomorrow and goodbye.
Hii ni Dira ya Dunia kutoka idhaa ya Kiswahili ya BBC tulionayo usiku huu. Uhalifu wa bunduki Haiti, huku magenge yakiendelea kushikilia sehemu kubwa ya mji mkuu wa taifa hilo. Silaha haramu kutoka ng'ambo zinafanya mzozo huo uzidi kutokota. Afisa mkuu wa haki za kibinadamu wa Umoja wa Mataifa aiambia BBC kuwa Israel ni ya kulaumiwa kwa kiasi kikubwa kwa jinsi hali ilivyo Gaza, ambayo sasa inakabiliwa na njaa kali. Mashindano ya dunia ya mbio za magari almaarufu WRC Safari Rally yaanza nchini Kenya, ambayo inaaminika kuwa ni mojawapo ya mikondo migumu zaidi duniani kwa madereva kushiriki.
Now, ahead of the official Easter festivities, we have assembled eminent clergy members to delve into the multifaceted role of the church in Ghana's development in more recent times. This conversation actually navigates through contemporary issues and timeless principles, seeking to illuminate the path for the nation in terms of the way forward. Most recent developments in the country have brought to the fore questions about the church's role in modern states. Like Ghana, the queries include whether the church is living up to expectation or failing the nation. What are the expectations of a Christian majority in a secular state? Is the church exceeding its limit or aggressively pursuing its mandate? How about the age-old problem of charlatanic players parading as men of God? Will we ever get to the bottom of that? Joining me in this conversation much later on will be Bishop Dr. Samuel N. Mensah, a former president of the Full Gospel Church International and currently the chairman of the board of trustees of that church. And also Reverend Dr. Kwabena Opunifrimpong, who is a former general secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana. But first, we are joined by Bishop Emeritus of the Konongo Mampong Diocese of the Holy Catholic Church, Most Reverend Joseph Osei-Bonsu. Your Grace, you are welcome, and many thanks to you for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us this evening. I hope you are doing well. I want to start from, yes, I think I can hear you now. We are very grateful to have you on. Brilliant. I want to start from what is less controversial. Recently, we've seen a lot of active involvement, almost like back into the 90s and the 80s, about the church's role in the Ghanaian development as a whole, but more likely in the politics of the day. Some have raised questions about separating state from church, and the role ought to be complementary in other forms. Do you think the trajectory of the role that you, as distinguished men of God, and also the church play in our society is changing? And where do you think it's heading?
Church is to do two things, to bring people to God and also to make people better people, where they live. And so if you are a Christian, you serve God, but then you have to be a good citizen of the country in which you are. And so it's the church's duty to make sure that Christians are performing their roles as citizens, are good citizens of the nation, not doing things which go against the nation. And so the church has a dual role. So bringing people to God at the spiritual side and also the material side, if you want. And so, the involvement in the political life of the nation, the economic life of the nation, moral life of the nation, and so on. And so that is how I will put it.
And it's interesting because these involvements, you mentioned the economic, the political, and the moral life of the nation, sometimes generates some controversy about what really is the role that's expected of church leaders. For example, and I'm citing a more recent example. When the anti-LGBTQ bill came into proper contemplation, there were people who immediately said, we have not heard church leaders when it comes to corruption recently. We don't hear them when it comes to the level of misgovernance that sometimes plagues our nation. And more importantly, when the economy is taking a nosedive and people are suffering, we do not hear them. Why are they so much interested in a matter like the anti-LGBTQ bill? How does church leaders like you respond to some of these issues?
It's not true that we don't talk about corruption. We talk about it every day. In our communiques, when the Bishops' Conference, meets every year or twice a year, we talk about corruption. We talk about some of the ills of our society, moral decadence, and so on. And so whatever is going wrong is the duty of the church, or the hierarchy, to speak out. And we do it all the time. If you look at our communiques for the past 20 years, almost every year we talk about corruption. So that is not true, But then this LGBTQ thing is just more recent. And, we have to express our views on it, of course. We are against that a kind of life, a man sleeping with a man, a woman sleeping with a woman. That for us is not good for the nation. And so we have to speak out and against it.
It is also based on that. And of course, I'm sure being that distinguished self, and nobody who knows your history will dismiss your competence in theology. It is renowned, it's known. Your lecturing and your studies in Legon is also very much on record. The understanding when it comes to this with is that it's always difficult to have the church, if they use the word and it's appropriate, meddling in the affairs of the state, like it appears to be happening under the political issues surrounding the anti-LGBTQ bill.
We are not meddling in the affairs of the state. We are citizens of the state. And so we have the right even to speak as citizens about what is not going well. And then, of course, as church leaders, it's our responsibility to point out to members of government when they are not doing the right thing. So we are not meddling. We are part of the nation. We are citizens, and we have the right to speak just like anybody else.
Because a more recent example has been, for example, when the Secretary General of the Catholic Bishops' Conference says there will be political repercussions for not passing and assenting to the bill by the president. Some say you are seeking, as a Christian majority in the state, to hijack the state, to make it look like you own it. And so if you don't get your way, you have to torpedo the current leadership one way or the other.
So he was just pointing out the implication for the nation. If you are the president of the nation and you appear to be dilly-dallying, give them praise that you don't want to sign it, the people, know what to do, because there's something that they don't like. They don't want LGBTQ, period. And so if you come out and give the impression that you are afraid to sign it or something, then they will advise themselves.
The church has no respect for human rights. That's the other accusation against you more recently.
The church has no respect for human rights?
That is what is the latest accusation against you.
That is not true. The church is always fighting for human rights. It all depends what you mean by human rights. And the church is, in favor of human rights. And we understand human rights, fundamental human rights, to me, for example, the right to life, right to shelter, right to health, right to education, a right to one's religion, and so on. And so if somebody says that the church is not in favor of human rights, that is not true. We are in favor of human rights, and we urge governments to respect human rights. But what some people mean by human rights is a man wanting to sleep with a man, they think that's a human right. But that's not a human right. A man wanting to sleep with his daughter, that's not a human right. And so the church has to speak out against this. And so human rights have been defined. And, the European Court of Human Rights, it came out and they made it clear that a man sleeping with a man is not a human right. But there are some people who want to think that that's a human right.
Of course, and because this current bill has generated controversy, was it the expectation of the church that it will get to this far? That at first Parliament had difficulties, they passed it, then the president is refusing to accept it, then there is a cease and desist order from the office of the president. The speaker says, I'm not going to approve ministers, or we're not going to consider that based on the same thing. Then it goes to the court. Then it involves all the arms of the state in a way some believe is very problematic for the development and the peace and progress that we have had with the various sectors cooperating and collaborating over the years. Did you in clergy, distinguished people, think that it will get this bad or to this point?
Well, we didn't envisage that it will get to this point where it's like tit for tat. If you don't do this, then I won't do that. And that is not the best. But I think the president should have made his position known. When he came to Mampong about 2 years ago, and he made a declaration there. And I was there. And he said it won't happen in his tenure that LGBTQ will be accepted in Ghana. He said, I repeat, and so on. Now he seems to be sitting on the fence. So we want him to come out. Now let him state his position. If the Supreme Court comes out and says your position is wrong, fine, but we want to know where you stand. Previous presidents have made their positions known. President Mills is a classic example, President Kufuor, and so on. But with him, we don't quite know where he stands. So that's the problem.
When he spoke to the diplomatic corps, he used an expression that sought to connote that by passing the bill, we're rolling back our long-cherished role as a country that protects freedoms and a country that's a beacon of hope and protects human rights. Is that in any way an indication to you that that is clearly the president telling us where he stands on this one?
It's an indication that he wants to please the diplomatic corps. And that's the problem I have with him. Depending on the audience, he will say what the audience wants. When Kamala Harris was here, the way he spoke, wasn't good. When he came to Mampong to the Anglican Cathedral, he brought this matter up. Nobody had asked him to pronounce on it, but he was emphatic that he will never allow it. Now he seems to be backpedaling, we just don't know where he stands on this.
Is that a worrying trend for some of you, that it appears the president is equivocating and it's unclear his actual position?
Yes, that's right.
Now,
that's what I'm saying.
How do we deal with this problem then? Because now it's dragged in the judiciary. The parliament is still, of course, the case was, the application for an injunction was thrown out. But there are two cases substituted before the courts today. There's also parliament that's held in abeyance because of what's currently happening. How do we forge a way forward? Should we drop this bill entirely if that's going to bring peace to the polity of Ghana?
No, I don't think we should drop the bill. It's important that we protect the family in Ghana. We protect our culture. And so there's a problem. Let's deal with the problem. But we shouldn't drop the bill. The bill should be passed.
And of course, if the president insists on not actually signing it anytime soon, I've heard the secretary of the Catholic Bishops' Conference say that, we will try and meet him and discuss with that. But if the president says, well, I cannot do anything about it, the church cannot force him to sign it, can you?
No, we cannot. But I understand that it is possible for Parliament to pass it with a two-thirds majority.
Yeah.
I stand to be corrected, but
yes,
that's what I've heard.
That's it. When he gives his views to Parliament on why he's not able to sign, then they can decide to ignore those and go ahead and do two-thirds.
Yes. We hope that he will sign it, but if he doesn't, then Parliament has the obligation to pass it with a two-thirds majority.
I need to move on beyond this particular point because I was hoping to explore some of your thoughts. We have had very difficult times since COVID, and everybody knows that. We've gone through a domestic debt exchange. We've had a lot of difficulty coming out of that domestic debt exchange. We've had an IMF program running. We occasionally get some amount of money from the Bretton Woods institutions to try and survive. From where you sit, are we coming out of the woods? Is this economy headed the right direction? And what do you think we should never repeat to get to where we got to this time around?
I am not an economist. I'm not a prophet. But I know that things are not going well. And we hope and pray that the economists and the people charged with the economy will do the right thing. But unfortunately, sometimes we hear of stories of people being corrupt. Money's coming and they are not used for what they should be used for. People hoarding dollars in their homes and so on. They don't give a good impression that people are doing the right thing. And so we hope that those who have been charged with running the country, when money's coming from IMF or wherever, they should be used for those purposes. It should not be diverted to other areas.
That's an interesting point. I mean, I started earlier that some say you clergy really shy away from these topics. It was almost as if the only thing of importance to you is whether or not an anti-LGBTQ bill is passed. But you are saying yeah, it's not really the case. That's the point you're pointing out. You also think that that cannot be the case because you have issued several communiques, even though the claim is that the vociferousness that has gone into the bill is not what you are pushing when it comes to, for example, what you are talking about the economy. People doing what is right with the resources available. The presumption is that we do not hear you being as bold and declarative on these matters like you do on others.
No, if you get the opportunity, like you have called me and we are talking now, then we come out and speak, you know. But sometimes if the pressmen are silent, they won't call us to hear our view, that becomes a problem for us. So we are ready to talk when you call us.
Okay, so there is no selective mutism among the clergy on some of these other matters.
Not at all. You can call us anytime, any day, and we'll tell you what we think about all kinds of issues.
Well, now I want to bring in leadership because you appear to have hinted of that when you talked about people using their resources for the right things and all of that. Generally, are we improving in the quality of leadership in the country?
I am not so sure because there are cases of corruption in the present regime and of course in the past also. So I'm not sure whether we are making progress in this area. And the new government comes and it promises so much, but then in the long run, you know, it doesn't deliver. And so Ghanaians are getting frustrated. They think that like they're all the same. They say the same kind of things and do the same kind of things, and we don't know where we are going.
Can we ever fix this problem?
We hope and pray that we get leaders who can stand their ground and do the right thing so that others will follow. So I mean, political leaders who set the example, and that will force others to follow their example.
If I may say, some have said the leaders we are talking about are groomed and brought up in many of the religious groups. Indeed, I'm yet to see a Ghanaian leader who identifies as not belonging to any of the major religious groups. Is the church failing as the group with the higher or the bulk or the majority of the people in the country in producing the right kind of leadership for the country?
Well, we do our best to train people the right way. People in church listening to our homilies and sermons and so on, we hope that they will put them into practice. But, you know, we don't know what happened. They leave the church, go out into the secular world, and then they do what they're not supposed to do. We are trying our best to ensure that, you know, it doesn't happen. But that is what's happening now. Many of the politicians are Christians, some are Catholics, Presbyterians, Anglicans, and so on. But they're doing things they're not supposed to do.
Is that a problem with the way the message is being delivered, or they are just recalcitrant people?
I don't think it's the way the message is delivered, but maybe human frailty. They can't overcome maybe temptations to have money, you know, quick money, and so on. And so we cannot blame the priests and the pastors for not giving the message. We give the message, but they find it difficult to put it into practice.
Well, that's an interesting perspective on this. What else can the church do to help a country develop its values and rid itself of ills in society then?
Well, we do what we can through our homilies, through our schools, because now the schools, many of them are in partnership with the government, and so we cannot do what we want to do. But that's another means where we could exert some influence with discipline, morality, and so on. And so we have to explore all these areas as well.
The other concerning part related to this is, with all of the developments happening, is it possible, and some have said that when you were directly in charge of, say, some of these schools, the rigor and the training that was required to develop values in people was strengthened. when you lost control some way, somehow, of some of these mission schools, that same rigor was lessened or reduced to a very large extent. Is this a part of the problem? And how can it be fixed if it is?
It's part of the problem because when you have a school that is private, there's a Catholic school that is private, there is no discipline, there's order. We have a school, for example, in Mampontin, Our Lady of Grace School. It was built for us by some people in America, and they want it to remain private. And so in that way, you can control what goes on in there. But once it becomes public, it's in partnership with government, then certain policies are imposed on you, and there's no discipline, and so on. And so we wish that we can have a really good partnership with the state, because many of the private schools can't survive. But there's a partnership. Then the church can take the administration of the school, and government will pay the salaries of teachers and so on. Something can be worked out. There's a memo that we have sent to the Ministry of Education. For years now, the government doesn't want to sign it. This goes back a long way. The memo is there, but they're afraid to sign it because they feel they will lose power. They will lose control over the schools.
Oh, okay.
But that kind of memo.
So this memo is about the control and direction of schools.
Yeah, to understand how church and state can work together in terms of education, what the churches or mission schools can do and what government can or should do. But if they don't want to sign it, then there's nothing we can do. So maybe you can bring pressure to bear on government, the Ministry of Education. So you can ask them about the memo that the mission schools have given to government.
Mm. Now, that's very interesting. That's a very, I have not had quality time to peruse that particular arrangement that you sought to project with them. But what was the ultimate aim? To make sure that we bring the schools back to their glory days, or to just make sure that you have power in the stick of the country?
No, not a power, but to make sure that there's discipline in our schools, that the right things are done in our schools. Now because of finances, some of the mission schools cannot afford to go private. It will cost the parents a whole lot of money. But there's a partnership with the state. Then the state can take care of the finances, and then the church can take care of the administration of the school, and then there'll be discipline in our schools.
I see, and they appear not to be very much in agreement of these ones, is it?
You go to them, you go to them, they tell, we are studying it. They've been studying it for years. They don't have the goodwill to sign it.
Wow, that's an interesting perspective. Now, let me wrap up our conversation with you on some of the other issues that are relevant in the Republic of Ghana today, because I've talked about the economy, the state of leadership in the country, corruption, and our incoming election are both key issues that are on the minds of many. Of course, corruption is an endemic problem being established all the time. The Corruption Perception Index says we have not made progress over the last God knows how long in our fight against corruption. Our score is basically the same. On the other side, we have an election coming up. They have raised serious concerns about how much role money is playing in elections, even in the primaries of the political parties. Does the church have a stand on what should be done to not only root out corruption, but make sure that it doesn't determine who wins the next election?
It's that the election should not be decided by money, who has the most money, and so on. But this is what is going on, that they are paying monies to those who are going to vote, to delegates, and so on. The other day, I had somebody say that, if you don't pay money, the other party will pay money, and so you will lose, and so you have to pay money. No. If you all agree not to pay money, then the people will be free to know who has the right policies and so on. But if you are going to buy them, then whether your policies are good or not, they're just interested in the money. And so with the coming elections, we hope and pray that money will not be the deciding factor, but rather people's policies, their morality, their intentions for the nation. These are the things that should play a prominent role.
There's a question connected to this. I don't know if to you it's important. Because of what appears to be the current positioning on this anti-LGBTQ bill, would the church push for candidates going into the election to state their position on the matter?
It would be a bad idea. Then people will know who they're voting for. It wouldn't be a bad idea.
That's an interesting perspective on it. But, well, finally, since tomorrow starts the Easter main festivities from Good Friday all through, and of course, for most Catholics, this is a very solemn time to reconnect with the Maker and upon the very important events that will be happening there. A message to the nation on the relevance of the day and how that should influence the lives of people, not just Christians in this republic.
But you said it starts tomorrow, but I've started already. It started
yes.
last Sunday with Palm Sunday. And then tonight, we have a Holy Thursday. From here, we'll be going to church. So we have the Eucharist, the washing of feet, symbolizing the humility of Jesus and so on. And then Saturday, also we have the service in the evening, the service of light, and then Sunday, the climax. But in all this, a Christian should be aware that there is a special period, a period in which we dedicate ourselves to God, a period in which we try to do away with our sinful ways. Otherwise, Christ would have died in vain. Christ died on Good Friday for our sins, to make us a people fit for the kingdom. But if we are going to stay where we are, wallowing in sin, then there is no point in Christ dying. And so the message to all Christians is that we should think about the sacrifice made by Jesus for us. He died for our sins, and we should also die to our sins, die to ourselves, die to inclinations that are not good, so that we can overcome them.
Most Reverend Joseph Osei-Bonsu, I am most grateful to you this evening for your time. I know you have a busy schedule, and I'm happy that you joined us with some thoughts on this. Many thanks to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
My guest on the Zoom connection for the very first part of this conversation has been Most Reverend Osei-Bonsu. I understand that I have a former General Secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana equally joining in this conversation, the Reverend Dr. Kwabena Opuni-Frimpong. Doc, you're welcome to our front.
Raymond, good evening, and let me wish you a happy Easter.
And I am grateful to you and many happy returns. I'm not sure if this is still the response that they are giving now, but that should be it. But let me move on to the conversation. I have just finished a long, drawn-out conversation, but let me stick out the part first on the anti-LGBTQ bill, which is currently perhaps the toughest matter in the Republic of Ghana. First and foremost, did you also expect the current resistance and difficulty around the assent to the bill that's happening, which has ended up in court, ended up back in Parliament with grandstanding at the executive level and also in the legislature? Did you expect all of these things happening? And what do you think will be the best way to resolve the matter, sir?
Yes, Raymond, let me again say good evening to my senior brother and friend and teacher, Bishop Osei-Bonsu, and others who will join us later, and also your cherished viewers. As to whether we were expecting what you call resistance, because of how the whole process, the journey started, it's not surprising that the assurance we have is that this journey is a national journey. The concern, the LGBT issue, is a national concern. And it's one area that our traditional leaders, Christian leaders, Muslim leaders, and many more have come together just to say, we don't want this. It's happening in other countries, they are even trying to force it on us. We don't want it. And even if it takes us how long, well, we may test our democracy, and that's what democracy is all about. So what do you call resistance? Maybe it's opportunity for us to test our democratic structures. But no matter what, we know that righteousness will prevail.
Well, that's an interesting way to cap it up. But I think it's an opportune time for me also to bring in Bishop Dr. Samuel N. Mensah, former president of the Full Gospel Church International and currently the chairman of the board of trustees of the Full Gospel Church International. Bishop, you're welcome also to our front, sir.
Thank you very much, Raymond, and good evening to your viewers and listeners.
Distinguished men, I was asking the Reverend Dr. Puni Frimpong about the current trends and the latest development on this anti-LGBTQ bill, which perhaps is one of the biggest issues in the Republic of Ghana today. May I, and I've heard you in a video saying that in a godly state, this bill would have been signed by the executive president. But are you shocked? Are you perplexed by the latest twists and turns around this particular bill? Reverend Mensah.
Raymond, I think from what I see, I'm not too surprised. I'm not too shocked because the president, knowing him in the past few years of his presidency, having been consistent with some of the things he's been doing and saying. And so it didn't come as a surprise. And being a lawyer too, he probably is applying some legal tactics to buy time, maybe up to the end of his tenure of office. That is what I can predict happening. So that by and large, he will not be responsible for the bill to be signed into law. So he could be buying time till perhaps close to December, Raymond.
How do you perceive you in Christian leadership would react to the tactics you just spoke about?
I think the Catholic Bishop Conference made it quite clear a couple of weeks ago that if he wouldn't sign, eventually they would take a serious decision by punishing the government and the party by voting them out of office. And I think one way or the other, the Christian councils and Pentecostal councils have expressed similar positions. And so what possibly I will advise and admonish the church councils to do is that they will go through that route. In addition to whatever advocacy and lobbying, they can go that route that if, in my view, the president is not willing to sign and plain the tactics, the message that must be communicated loud and clear is that, well, the Christian community will take a decision to punish the party and his government by voting them out of office.
Reverend Dr. Puni Frimpong, is this a good strategy for Christian leadership to take, since it appears that there's a lot of blockade being put in the path of getting this bill assented to?
Remo, we are in Easter mood, and I will pray that we don't get there. That's my prayer. Because this LGBT concern has been a national concern, not one political party. In fact, even at the parliament, it gained a unanimous response, which is both NDC and MPP. My worry is the impression out there, and I pray and hope somebody listening and watching your program will at least whisper something to the ears of the president. At the moment, the impression out there is traditional leaders don't want it. Christian leaders don't want it. Muslim leaders don't want it. And even parliament MPs don't want it. But maybe, now that's the impression out there, I may be wrong, that it is the president who is not sure. In fact, even former President Mills was clear. President Kufuor was clear. President Mahama has come out with a clear position. In fact, President Nana Kufuor, meeting bishops of the Anglican Church, even said it will never happen. But at the moment, it's like when it gets to his office, the impression we are getting, don't bring it here and all that. That is what is giving the impression that maybe he as a person and people around him are those who are giving us this impression about the executive. I may be wrong, but that impression out there, somebody may need to whisper to the president that Ghanaians are gradually getting the impression that it is the executive who is breaking the cycle. But I would pray that that impression will be cleared quickly, and that the president will be firm that no, as a country, because I'm here for Ghanaians, even the Supreme Court, all the arms of government are there to meet the needs of Ghanaians, meet the interests of Ghanaians. And therefore, I think the impression is that maybe it's the president who is having a different position. Either he's not sure or he doesn't want it. But if you can clear that impression out there, we may not get to where my brother Bishop Mensah is suggesting. That's my prayer, Raymond.
It's an interesting point, but maybe I'll give the final word on this particular bill to Bishop S.N. Mensah. We are in basically a stalemate now. It doesn't appear that there's going to be any progress from Parliament, from also the legislature, from the executive end, and from the judiciary too. They have a lot of cases to go through. You say he's trying to buy time. You said the strategy should be that people should be forthright on this particular matter. But is this a reflection of the leadership? It's a question I ask. Mindful of what is happening now, should or would you demand of the various candidates running for elections later this year to make their positions equally known so the voter population are aware of the people they are voting for, especially related to this matter? Bishop S.N. Mensah.
I think when it comes to this, what is going on right now is very healthy for our democracy. It's very healthy for good governance, from where I sit. Believing in the institutions of state to resolve complex and challenging issues. So as a society, we shouldn't get worried at all. As various agents of various CSOs and faith-based organizations, let's trust the institutions of state to manage the complexities we are dealing with now. Whether we have reached a stalemate or not, our system of constitution will resolve these complex challenges. And I don't think we are in a haste to really push any of the structures to take the necessary decision. I also agree that at a point in time, the Christian community and the religious community, both and traditional community, will demand a complete statement from the presidential candidates and then to know exactly where they stand on this matter. And I think that will also be healthy, and also will inform the voting population when it comes to this matter. But believe you me, the structures we have now under our current constitution will resolve this complex situation. So we should not be too worried about where we find ourselves right now.
That's true. Now, let me bring in Reverend Opuni Frimpong. There's a bigger question around this. When all of these questions and the church's role and the church's vociferous nature in the conversation around this matter was coming up, some were questioning, so has the church been around all this while? How about corruption? How about poor governance? How about the many ills that plague society in varied forms? How about the difficulties we've gone through more recently with the economy? How about the power crisis that we are currently being plagued with? Why are we not hearing vociferous, direct, and more importantly, very, very bold statement from leaders of churches on these matters too?
Yeah, Raymond, you seem to suggest that at least you have heard the voices of the churches and maybe other leaders, at least on LGBT.
Yeah.
If we want to be sincere and just check the trajectory where we've been coming from as a country, in fact, even before independence, especially the Christian group and the body that I have served and I know very well, the Christian Council of Ghana, they played 4 major roles in area of education, not schooling, school education, the process of imparting or acquiring knowledge, and then the area of social transformation, their prophetic role, journeying with the country, speaking truth to power, and also Christian advocacy. Now, even before independence, we may know that in the history towards independence, the church was very strong. And even the churches have demonstrated against the colonial authorities. It's in the textbooks. We have seen during the revolution, all of them, Champon, Kufu, Rawlings, we've seen the role that the churches, by here, Christian Council, GPTC, Catholic Bishop Conference, plays together with Ghana Bar Association. In the recent years, the churches have not been quiet. Of course, sometimes you raise a voice, and whether somebody wants to hear or not to hear is a different thing. But if we want to be sincere as a nation, the churches' role have been consistent and constant. But maybe what you are suggesting, that's what I hear from you, the responses that we have received. Sometimes they hear us, sometimes they want to have partnership of convenience, and they decide what to hear and what not to hear, kind of. But that the churches have been consistent and constant in their roles in educating the public and their church members, pursuing social transformation, their prophetic role and advocacy, it depends on how much time we have. If we want to unpack, Raymond, I believe strongly that the churches have served this nation and served God well.
I have not heard any church leaders speak about the current power crisis. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what people are saying. They've not heard you on it.
No, if we want to isolate the issues, then we can. In fact, Galamsey, church leaders have even visited Galamsey's site and corruption. If you want to read the memos and the communiques they have presented, you see several issues. Now, if you want to be specific on this current one, I was in office during President Mohammed's time, when we were having Dumso then. We held several meetings with him then at Flaxa House, and they gave us promises. We are getting gas from Nigeria and other. We reached a point that we felt that what we were hearing from him, indoor meetings, were not being materialized. Then the churches went public. Normally, that's how the churches work. We do a lot of behind-the-scenes conversations and all that. Then, when we get to a point that we feel we are not getting any, trust and confidence in what they are telling us, then you hear them. So I don't know where we have reached, especially with this doomsday thing. But normally, the churches will call the Minister of Energy and all that to a meeting, and they gave all promises and assurance and explain what's happening. Then you get to a point and you say that all that you are telling us, it's like you are living in a different world, and then they shoot. So the heads of churches that I have worked with, it's not like something starts and then they strike. They don't work like that. Before you see them making public statements, it means some background discussions and behind-the-scenes meetings have gone on, and nothing is changing. Then they shoot. So you hear Christian Council, then you hear Catholic Bishop, and you hear Ghana Pentecostal Charismatic Council. There's a roadmap. They have a strategy that they work with. So you are raising this current, whether it's Doomso or Doomsie thing, but you realize that the churches have been very consistent, and Ghanaians may want to hear what the churches want to do, depending on. You see, now you hear all NDC people, you are not talking. When they were in power, they were saying the same thing to us. You are all MPP people and that kind of thing. It's not been easy for the churches to play political and prophetic roles. But on the whole, to me, the church in Ghana has served this nation well.
Reverend S.N. Mensah, I'm here to hear you, a very vociferous man of God, on the power crisis.
I think we have been sharing various thoughts, but sometimes it's not every item you might probably highlight on. And this time, excuse me, it is no more, perhaps we move from Doomso to Doomsie, now Doomtuya. So now it is Doomtuya. So this is where we find ourselves. But the point is that, see, I teach my students in leadership that when you take over the realms of leadership, the first 3 months or the first year, you can hold your predecessor responsible for whatever you have inherited, whether in any organization, whether church, companies, nations, and what have you. Just the first year, you can hold your predecessor responsible for the issues you inherited. And in your second year, you take complete ownership of everything that you are providing leadership. And so for me, to see our government in the 6 years, 7th year, still blaming previous government for the situation we find ourselves is extremely unfortunate. It's totally unacceptable in the textbooks of leadership, in the practice of leadership, and the game they play between NPP, NDC. Oh, we were better off, under this condition of the Doom CAC or Doom Tria. Or previously, it was worse under NDC. That is not what Ghanaians are after. We want light, steady electricity. It has nothing to do with any political party. And they should stop playing the politics with the problems of our society. I think we are getting to that state where Ghanaians are seriously getting fed up and tired of this duopoly playing the politics with our destiny. And that should be the message that we must convey to them. And in my view, some of us have advocated perhaps 32 years of the ping-pong game between NDC and NPP. I think it's enough. We should start looking for an alternative movement that can replace the duopoly we face at this stage. The game of NPP and NDC. Every issue is between NPP and NDC. When are they going to put Ghana in the center of affairs? When are they going to put the people of Ghana in the center of affairs? When are they going to take decisions in the interest of the unborn baby? When are they going to take decisions about my grandchildren? When are they going to take decisions about the future of our country? It is enough of this NPP and NDC and the game they are playing. They are playing Chaskele with the destiny of our people, and they are playing games with our people, and we should call them to order. We should call a time out. It is now time. We are tired of this game that the two parties are playing, and maybe we should mobilize forces for a credible alternative. That probably will send a clear message to this duopoly we are dealing with under this condition now.
Now, I mean, it sounds fascinating hearing you talk about all of these things, but the people would insist that it appears leadership when it comes to churches have gone quiet under this government and that you have not been as insistent as you have been in times past. Is this accusation fair?
As Reverend Opuni said, Dr. Opuni said, it's not very fair because at every stage, regardless of who is in power, during the days of NDC, the churches expressed their points. They spoke so well, loud and clear. And when you do that, they will tell you belong to the other side. Now, and then the government at that time, NDC that was in opposition, they would say, you are not talking enough. We want to hear you loud and clear. To do that, then the NDC would say, look, you are against us. That's just like what they do with the EC. Any government that is in power, any party that is in power has become a PR for the EC. And then those in opposition are against the EC. Then when the table switches, the table turns around, and they become those who were against the EC, now we speak for the EC. So that should clearly tell us that these two parties are literally playing games with our future and with our destiny.
Now, before I wrap up this conversation, and I have barely 5 minutes to do so, gentlemen, tomorrow is Good Friday, and the Easter festivities have actually really started. A message to the leadership of this country around this time and around the festivities and for the future of this country. Let me start with the Reverend Dr. Kwabena Opuni-Frimpong.
Yes, Raymond, I'm so grateful to you and Multimedia, your team, giving us this platform. And the subject we are reflecting on, Easter is about the sacrifices and the suffering of Jesus Christ. Now, as we celebrate, we must also reflect on our own sacrifices and services. At the moment, those who have opportunity to serve whether traditional leaders, political leaders, even church leaders, must be mindful of the fact that we've been called to serve God and humanity. We are to serve the common good. Those in leaders must eschew political arrogance. In their public utterances, public speaking, we are having too much political arrogance in the system. And during Easter, let's clear away some of this attitude. Let's be sincere with the people. Now, politics and leadership has become money and power, and get it and do whatever you want with it. That is not the Jesus way. Let us as a nation go the Jesus way with sacrifice, service, humility, and pursuing the common good.
I'm most grateful to you, Reverend Dr. Kwabena Opunifrimpo, former General Secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana. Reverend Dr. S.N. Mensah, please, the message to the leadership of this country and perhaps to all of us too.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. We admit that we are living in very difficult times. Situations are very hard. Life is becoming extremely unbearable for the people, from the ordinary man and woman on the street to businessmen and what have you. Their businesses are collapsing. Mr. President, think about your legacy. How would you be remembered? About the lives you have improved. Leadership is about improving the lives of people. And for Easter is a message, like Dr. Pundi said, a message of hope, and also a message of sacrifice. In this difficult moment, the president must give hope to the people of this nation. He must practice and show an example that he's feeling for the people. Possibly, he can reduce the number of his ministers on board, and then that will send a clear signal to maintain a minimum expenditure, to probably give a sign that, listen, I'm listening to you, I'm feeling your pain, and I will be able to do something about it. Because we need to give hope to our people, but literally people are losing hope and confidence in the Ghanaian, and as you would normally say, in this republic.
Maybe I'll give the final word to you, Reverend Dr. Opunifrimpo, parting words. Well, I appear to have actually lost him there. So perhaps we can wrap up on this conversation. I am grateful to you, Most Reverend Joseph Osebosu, the Emeritus Bishop of Mampon and also Konongo in the Ashanti region, that diocese there, and also to you, Reverend Dr. Kwabena Opunifrimpo, a former General Secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana, and also Reverend Dr. S.N. Mensah. Reverend Dr. S.N. Mensah is now the Board of Trustees Chairman at the Extraordinary Full Gospel Ministries. I am grateful to you, distinguished eminent clergy, for your wonderful time with us. And to you out there too, happy Easter ahead of time, and many thanks to you for watching Upfront tonight.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
JoyNews Prime Headlines is brought to you by...
Don't take risks. Use a condom every time.
And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
Some spices. Yes, sir.
Hello and welcome to JoyNews Prime live from our studio here in Accra. We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, and around the world on myjoyonline.com. Coming up, this hour, ECG fails to comply with PRC directive to produce load management timetable for recent erratic power supply, days after the energy minister dismissed the demand. Meanwhile, ECG workers under the Public Utilities Workers Union are fighting off the PRC in defense of the ECG management as they disclose you will be sleeping in darkness tonight because ECG has limited power to distribute. Also, Ghana Cocoa Board rejects report it may lose final tranche of 800 million cedis cocoa syndicated loan as the company struggles to get enough beans to secure the remaining $200 million.
200 million?
No, because immediately you take it, you are supposed to deliver the cocoa.
Yeah.
And if the cocoa is not available, then you are going to default.
Details as our Greek economist Dr. Robert Edu bemoans Ghana's inability to benefit from rising cocoa prices due to existing forward sales arrangement. Now, also on today's episode of JoyNews series on filth exhibition, we turn our attention to the Aladuna community where residents use an open drain as a makeshift dumping site for all manner of waste. At 8 p.m., I hand over to Emma Davis to bring you Prime Business.
Banking consultant Dr. Richmond Echiahene predicts 4 more banks may get advisors from the Bank of Ghana, just like UMB, to monitor their recapitalization efforts.
Where I said, I know about 3 or 4 banks. I know of 3 or 4 banks will be in the same position. That is why Bank of Ghana has been proactively. What they have done is a proactive strategy.
Later at 8:30, Razak Musbah has latest on Prime Sports.
Well, Accra Hearts of Folks' new ball target the construction of a new stadium ahead of their approval next month.
The next step is to build the stadium, our own branded stadium, a mere 20,000 capacity, like any modern football club.
We are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Thanks for choosing us. Please stay.
JoyNews Prime Headlines was brought to you by...
Don't take risks. Use a condom every time.
And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
Some spices. Yes, sir.
Now, the Ghana Cocoa Board has rejected reports that it is losing the final tranche of 800 million cocoa syndicated loan contracted last year. Now, Ghana received $600 million from the total loan amount late last year. 3 months on Cocoa Board is yet to get enough beans to support the second and final $200 million drawdown from the facility. Speaking on PM Express last night, Public Relations Officer of Cocoa Board, Fifi Boafo, said the company deliberately pulled the brake on the final drawdown to avoid default in payment.
So we are not missing out. What it is we decided to draw down 600. The drawdown is actually to buy cocoa. You realize that you have a facility to buy cocoa, and the rate at which you have in the cocoa, it doesn't meet the expected crop size you are looking for. So to be prudent, we decide not to draw down the extra 200 because you draw down and you're unable to get contract to pay.
Because you have to pay with cocoa.
It will amount to defaults. And that is what Cocoa Board is not ready.
So you're not pursuing the 200 million?
Rather, what we are doing is to get the cocoa and then redeem the contract and take the money from the buyers. So it is not a facility for the buyers.
So in that case, you're not doing forward sale anymore?
We are doing the same. Of course, we have contracts with the company, but it only matures, or you are only supposed to pay when you have delivered the contract, as in supply the cocoa beans. Now we are not taking the money from the.
So that's a 200 million.
No, because immediately you take it, you are supposed to deliver the cocoa.
Yeah.
And if the cocoa is not available, then you are going to default.
So what you're saying is, just for clarity, so for this 200 million, you're waiting to be sure that you have the beans before you take?
Precisely.
Okay, so that's what you're doing. Okay. But also,
and the twist to it is that the twist that was given to the story is that we have.
You risk missing the 200 million.
No, we are not missing.
Okay, so you said the money is there, but you only take that money, draw down when you're setting that you're getting the beans for it, because you need to pay with the beans.
Precisely.
Without that, you're going to be in default.
Yes.
And this is happening. I'm clarifying because you don't have time. You're doing this because of the production shortfall, the cocoa beans production shortfall.
That's correct.
Now, a Greek economist at the Kwame University of Science and Technology, Dr. Robert Edu, has criticized Cocoa Board's forward sales arrangement for securing cocoa loans. The price of cocoa has risen to a record high, $10,000 per ton. But Dr. Edu said the arrangement will prevent the country from benefiting from the current rising cocoa prices on the global market.
High price of cocoa ordinarily should be good for us. Unfortunately, because we do forward sales, we already sell the cocoa ahead of time. And so it's akin to a situation where somebody pays you for your produce, and then when you harvest, when the price is good on the market, you don't have that price that the market is offering, because already you have given that cocoa to somebody else. And that is the situation of Ghana. It's just a shame that as a country, we are unable to mobilize resources domestically to be able to buy cocoa so that we can hold it. If we buy cocoa with local currency, and then we have warehouses and we are able to hold it over here, then now that the price is around 10,000, as you are talking about, we can be releasing it onto the market. Then you can sell it, and then you can make the margins that we are all expecting. Unfortunately, they have paid you for it, but you took their money ahead of time. They took a lot of risk in giving you that money. And so the gain that they get is the extra price that they get. And so that is the economics of it. Unfortunately, cocoa has served us very well, but we have not served cocoa well.
But PR of Cocoa Board, Fifi Boafo, says the current arrangement is in the best interest of the sector.
The forward sale has actually served us very well.
But not now.
Because we are not in normal times. And what you don't do is to change your policy just because we are not in normal times. This is a system that gives you visibility. This is a system that you are able to give better projects. It takes you off the volatility of, insulate the farmers from the volatility of the industry and gives you clarity going forward. But you say that, oh, today, we should have saved the cocoa, kept the cocoa and sell at the spot. But over the years, when we're in normal times, this was a better system. So let me give you an example.
Sure.
The whole of February, we're only able to sell 23 tons of cocoa because of the prevailing market price. So if we are taking a decision that keep everything in your stores and now sell, and you are only able to sell 23 tons, when are you going to sell all the cocoa you have available?
Well, the Electricity Company of Ghana is facing the risk of severe sanctions for the utilities regulator, PRC, after it failed to comply with directive to produce a load management timetable for the recent erratic power supply. The PRC directed ECG to provide a detailed incident report of power outages for the period January 1, 2024, among others. But ECG failed to comply with this deadline. This comes in the wake of calls by businesses and power consumers demanding the ECG provide a load management timetable to enable them plan their operations accordingly. As Kofi Ajay with our research that joins me in studio with more details on this, Kofi. So, I mean, what are we learning from the PRC?
Well, so from what the PRC put out today, we are learning a few things. So the first one is that they gave ECG 8 orders to follow. And per analysis of the current updates given by the PRC, what we know is that 4 of the orders have been complied with so far. And if you do more analysis, you realize that 2 of the orders have not been complied with, and 2 are still under review or being validated, just like the PRC put in their press statement that they shared with us. And let's look at the orders that have not been complied with. We have 2 of them. The first one is the order that load management timetable corresponding with the timelines and duration of each transformer injection. So all the orders that had to do with timetables, ECG has not complied with so far, and that's what we are learning from the PRC at the moment. The second order that has not been complied with is the load management timetable corresponding with, we've already spoken about this one, is the evidence of publication of load management timetable again here, corresponding with the timelines and duration for each transformer injection. So we understand that the ECG was blaming partly some of the situation on transformer, management and then maintenance. PRS is saying that provide a timetable for us to really understand the situation. And so, Kojo, what we understand is that all the orders that had to do with timetable provisions, ECG has not been able to comply with so far. But let's look at the order that is being validated or currently under review. We're able to count 2 out of the 8 so far. The first one is the copies of ECG's publications informing the general public of power outages from January 1, 2024 to date. ECG is still, validating or reviewing this order so far. The last one has to do with order that is being validated, which is the PRC shall validate all payments made along with the electricity company value chain for an approval month on month, and also publish it on the PRC website not later than the 2nd week of the following month. We know ECG has been complying with this, and so we know that by the end of the month, they should be able to do that for us to have that data to assess how much they even paid the power players, especially the independent power producers. So, Kojo, this is what we are learning so far from the update that the PRC actually put out this night.
I mean, this whole issue has generated a lot of discussion. You remember what happened in the Tema, at the Tema General Hospital on Wednesday, and it has brought up a lot of discussion as to whether or not what the country should do, or there should be a publication of timetable. The minority in Parliament is today asking the management of ECG and government by extension to eliminate health facilities, from the doomsday timetable.
Oh, remember that the ECG already is after 91 health facilities. That they say they owe them close to 261 million Ghana cedis. They want them to be paid or get disconnected.
Well, so the minority says, the minority in Parliament has noted with deep concern the devastating impact the ongoing unannounced electricity load shedding on the delivery of essential health services across the country. Now, they go on to say that if you look at what's happening, something must change, and therefore the ECG should, eliminate or should take away government hospitals. Now, he says the government has refused to heed wise counsel from suffering Ghanaians and businesses to publish a load shedding timetable to enable them plan their lives. This situation has begun to take a toll on healthcare facilities across the country. So there you have it. The minority is telling you that what is happening is taking a toll on health facilities, as we saw at the Tema General Hospital on Wednesday. The minority says it demands the Ministry of Energy must, without delay, exempt all health facilities nationwide from the current unannounced and unscheduled electricity load shedding and power outages. So the Ministry of Health with the Ghana Health Service should, A, audit all alternate power supply systems within health facilities. They are talking about generators there. Because they want to to do away with what happened at the Tema General Hospital. B, provide adequate resources for the procurement of fuels, because if they have generators and they cannot power,
definitely
then of course.
Fuel. Yeah.
Now, C, conduct an impact assessment to gauge the effect of recent power outages on health facility operations. So what is happening? What is the impact on health facilities? The minority want a response of a sort from the Ministry of Energy.
In fact, it must come very quickly because we know how important this is. And seeing children actually, suffering as a result of this situation means that we need to really assess the situation, especially assessing and validating all their plants and see whether they can afford fuel to actually power this plant.
But tonight, what's happening is that the Public Utility Workers Union is taking on both GRIDCO and the PRC. Now, it says the Public Utility Workers Union of TUC Ghana has observed with keen interest the recent challenges confronting electricity distribution in Ghana with its negative impact on the operations of ECG. ECG being transparent informed customers of some 630 distribution transformers being full to capacity within its operational areas. They go on to say that ECG has about 33,000 distribution transformers within its network. Thus, even if the 630 transformers are overloaded, that cannot be the cause of the recent erratic power supply throughout the country. So they are shifting the blame from the ECG. Now, they say that it is worthy to note that at the time the bulk supply point, BSPs, are dammed or ECG is asked to pick limited load, power supply transmitted to ECG is far less than what is available. This is a question that the system operator needs to answer. That GRIDCO there. Now, it will interest key stakeholders, including PRC, that in the last 1.5 years, under the leadership of this current management, ECG has made significant improvement towards becoming a modern utility company. So, propping up ECG here. The question that needs to be answered is, should not PRC, as a regulator, be requesting data from the system operator on outages of BSPs to avoid the speculation? Interesting. Now, we are hereby appealing to the system regulator, that's GRIDCO, to address these issues at the earliest possible time. So the workers of ECG under the pool are really making a case for ECG1 and then telling the PRC that, look, you have to look at GRIDCO, data from GRIDCO and not ECG, because what is happening goes beyond ECG.
Beyond just load shedding, we understand it is power generation. And so if it's power generation, then in fact, GRIDCO must come in to also answer some questions.
That's why the ECG workers are saying that you need to get it right from GRIDCO.
Yeah.
But the question we need to ask ourselves, whether, Kofi, you know for real that you'll be having power when you go home tonight, or you won't have. ECG has put out a notice warning some parts of the country of a possible power outage tonight. Let's share with you where these areas, so you know. Now, it says the ECG wishes to inform our cherished customers and the general public that the Ghana Grid Company Limited, GRIDCO, has refused or has reduced power supply to our Trasaco bulk supply point, resulting in outages in the following areas. So if you are here, know that you may probably go off tonight. Teshi, Regimanuel, Shadoman, Airport Hills, Spintex, Otano, Maijon, is that how you pronounce
Manjo.
it? Marjon, okay. School Junction, School Junction, Nanakrom, ECG Quarters, American House, part of Medina, during Ghana, Japan Motors, Lakeside, Legon Hills, Trasaco Estate, Islamic University, Boteman, and Zoom Lion. It says ECG wishes to assure all affected customers that once GRIDCO turns on supply, power will be restored. ECG regrets the inconvenience caused to the affected customers. So we understand that actually this was to begin yesterday, 27th.
Looks like another blame game here. Just per the timetable they've given, I know I'm affected. I won't sleep. I will lie tonight.
Well, interesting. Let's see how it goes. Well, but just as they've issued this one, we understand that the ECG says that their customers and general public that GRIDCO has reduced power supply to Pokuase bulk supply point, resulting in outages in the following year. So today, today, for the people who are affected or who are expecting to be with
okay, so what we read was yesterday.
Exactly.
Okay, that's why I didn't have light.
So you didn't have light yesterday?
Yeah,
So tonight, if you live in these areas, you have to know that you may not be without power.
Simply load.
Agbogba. I got it right, right?
Agbogba, yeah.
Agbogba.
Yeah.
Mayera.
Yeah.
Part of Teman. Aimensa.
Yeah.
The other was what? How do you pronounce the other one? Katapo.
Katapo, yeah.
Okay. Top Herbal, Boshe, Abureje, Pure Water, Pokwase Township, Fountain Gate, and surrounding areas.
I love that.
ECG wishes to assure all affected customers that once Gridco, here again, turns on supply power, power will be restored. ECG regrets the inconvenience caused to the affected customers. So here, ECG is trying to tell you that all that is happening is not ours.
Not me alone.
Yeah,
but
it
I
is
mean, there's also
Gridco.
another,
What Gridco gives me, I supply. Now, in all of this back and forth, the chairman of Parliament's Mines and Energy Committee, Samuel Atachian, says a load shedding timetable is needed.
It's very unfortunate that we need to be harassed by, if you like, matters that we've not interrogated. But that's how I see it. And I agree with Rankin that there was necessity for ECG and the rest of them to come before the committee for us to interrogate and tell to everybody where is the problem. Because whatever you say, which is going to solve the problem, what we need to do is that what you have to do, if we are responsible, you need to do it. And then we get out of this mess. But what we had, and I'm very, very honest with some matters, that when we wanted ECG and the rest of them to congregate so we interrogate the matter, we had an intervention from the minister that is out of the jurisdiction. But in such a very important interrogation, he wants to be seated. That's how come we never got around to interrogate the matter. But it is imperative that if you have a challenge, whether it's a matter of generation deficit or a financial challenge, let the people of Ghana know that there's this challenge and this is the timetable. So people will plan around the challenge you are facing. To make it like it's a fetish that we don't know whether today I'll have power in my area or I won't have power, how people iron their clothes to get to work and the rest of it, and all the challenges. I don't think that's the way to go. It's unprofessional and too messy for comfort. So I think I will liaise with Rankin, and I'm tempted to believe that the minister is in the realm. We need to, although we are on holiday, we need to, get the members back for us to congregate, and they will be able to go into these matters.
Interesting point the minister, the chairman makes there. But this goes contrary to what the Minister of Energy, Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, said some days ago, that, well, we are not in any load shedding and therefore we cannot put out a timetable.
It's pure load shedding. And the updates we are getting, it's clear that the ECG is now dishing out timetable. But this time around, it doesn't come with a particular time. So I know if I live in Trasaco or wherever, I may not get lights today, but I do not know when my lights will go off. But I definitely know that I will experience some sort of doomsday. So this is a partial doomsday timetable. Maybe this will add the time.
Interesting. Well, you know, we brought you a statement from the Public Utility Workers Union, who are now, going head on with PRC, asking them that why not take a look at their Gridco for what they do. Michael Odumata Nyantichi is General Secretary of the Public Utility Workers Union, and he has been speaking to Evans Mensah on Top Story on Joy FM.
So what we are saying is that PRC, being the regulator, knows that it's the system operator that has the data that will inform the whole public as to whether the quantum of power available will enable ECG to come up with a timetable or not. So to just look at the issue of this 630 transformers and demand a load shedding timetable based on that, we think it's begging the question.
Why do you say so? I mean, if you have 630 transformers that you claim...
630 transformers out of 33,000.
Yes, but...
Any objective analyst will tell you that this number cannot impact the situation that we are experiencing.
So what?
And that is where we think that PURC would have done this or a better service than by asking the system operators to provide critical data that will help us all understand the state of what is happening.
But Mr. Nyantechi, these 630 transformers, ECG has published where they are, and they are across the country. We still need, from a customer's point of view, I still need a timetable for the specific area where you have these faulty transformers.
No, but even the point is, these transformers are localized. They cannot affect so many large areas as have been. Like if you take the notice that has been published today about ECG concerning areas that are going to go off, this cannot be attributed to even 100 transformers in the area. No. So we think that GRIDCO and PURC, by extension being the regulator, can inform us all that based on A, B, or C, there is going to be this outage. But you cannot use these defective transformers as a reason for asking for a timetable.
I mean,
and the issue of transformers being full and being replaced, being upgraded, is something that is a normal practice within ECG operational areas, which does not call for any kind of a timetable.
Well, now the question people will be asking is, will the PURC be able to sanction ECG for failing to comply with orders? We've been speaking to Dr. Eric Kofi Obote, who is Director of Research and Corporate Affairs at the PURC. He's been speaking to Evans Mingsa on Top Story.
How long would that take? Now that you have it, you've told us that you don't have two of them being complied with. Will the process kicking immediately for review and possibly imposition of sanctions? And how long will this take?
Well, we've transmitted whatever it is we have to the commissioners. I cannot give a deadline or time to the commissioners. So if the commissioners come out and tell us that by this time we are doing A, B, C, D, I'm more than willing to come out and communicate that to the public.
Safe to say that you're happy with the remainder of the directives and the ECG's compliance with those?
Well, there's another level of compliance. They're supposed to comply with the rest of the orders by April 2nd. That's next week, Tuesday. So we are waiting to see if maybe some other things in terms of the timetable will be added to those ones which will be brought in by April 2nd. Until then, this is what we have, and this is what we are working with.
Now, away from that, a one-year pilot implementation of HIV self-testing by the Ghana HIV and AIDS Network, Garnet, has revealed that 72% of women in the country tested positive for the virus, compared to 28% of men, while petty traders lead the chart of those who tested positive by occupation out of the 123,088 voluntary tests reported from 50 districts. Additionally, youths aged between 20 and 40 accounted for a significant 76% of all confirmed positive cases. This data was reviewed in Accra by the Ghana HIV and AIDS Network at the launch of a report on the HIV self-testing pilot implementation, which started in 2023 in Ghana. My colleague Carlos Caloni has more in the following report.
Launched in July 2023 to tackle the country's 1.7 prevalent rate, the national HIV self-testing pilot implementation was aimed at reaching 100,000 Ghanaians. At the end of the implementation, 140,000 kits were distributed across 50 districts in Ghana. Out of this figure, 123,088 kits were distributed through targeting, out of which 121,373 were used. This resulted in 239 confirmed cases being recorded, with 202 cases successfully linked to health facilities for care. Speaking to the media, President of the Ghana HIV and AIDS Network, Garnet, Ernest Amwabi Otson, revealed that per the data recorded, 72% of women from the 50th district tested positive for the virus, compared to 28% of men, while petty traders led a chart of those tested positive by occupation out of the 123,088 voluntary tests reported.
We had about 72% of the women testing reactive and going for confirmatory tests. And then also, even if you look at those who have been linked to care, the women still are more than 70%. If you look at the figures for those who tested reactive, the age bracket 20 to 24, 25 to 29, and then 30 to 34. Those were the age groups that were leading. For the reactive, we found out that the highest number were petty traders, followed by farmers and other populations. The major outcome of this project is that we're able to put 202 people who otherwise would not have known their status on treatment.
Reacting to the report, Program Manager, National HIV and STI Control Program, Dr. Stephen A.C. Addo said, a lot more men need to be targeted in subsequent implementations, adding that the findings of the pilot implementation would be used to make a stronger case for sustained funding towards the fight against the disease.
This is a challenge because we noticed also that in the routine HIV program, if you take even the estimated population, about 69% are female. We know generally that health-seeking behavior of men is lower compared to the females. But the fact that that is happening doesn't mean that they are not there. The men are there. And women may be emotionally, by nature, will accept some of the services, including health service. It's not also surprising that that is why their life expectancy is higher than men in Ghana. But we don't just have to watch. We have to do something about it. So I'm encouraging the Ghanaians and all our partners to begin to look at it, because already the program, together with other stakeholders, have identified that men are being left behind. We are looking at the District Assembly Common Fund proportion that goes to HIV. And we have to engage through the Ghana AIDS Commission technical support units to make sure that we prioritize that funding for things like that.
Challenges such as myth, spiritism, and fear of knowing one's HIV status have been captured in the reporting, with strong recommendations for enhanced funding towards the 95-95 target by year 2030. Reporting for JoyNews, Carlos Caloni, Accra.
Well, let's bring in Dr. Stephen Etiahine, who's Director General of the Ghana AIDS Commission, to have a chat on it. Doc, grateful to you for joining us. Per the findings of Garnet, at least from the 50 district where the pilot took place, it appears that women are testing positive at a higher rate than men. Apart from that fact that women get tested much more due to the factors such as childbirth, among others, what could be accounting for the reluctance on the part of men not to get tested, and what do we need to do to get more men to test?
All right, thank you very much. First of all, let me congratulate Garnet for the excellent job done by piloting this work. Actually, Garnet and FHI collaborated in the pilot, and we congratulate them for the successful implementation. Now, let's get the facts right.
Okay.
It is not to say that 72% of women from the 50 districts tested positive. What the figure means is that the number of people who used the test, 72% of them were women.
Okay.
And the rest men.
Were men. Okay.
So if you look at the data carefully, you see that among those who collected the test kits, for women, only 58% of them actually did the test. And 42% of men who collected the test kits also carried out the test. And so it is about the number of people who actually use the test kits. And of that number, 72% female and the rest male. So that is the clarification I wanted to give. But the question about men is very important. You know, self-test kits are in principle meant for underserved populations. And men have been identified as underserved population when it comes to HIV testing. Because many men are quite hesitant in doing the test. And from what we have seen in this pilot work, it's quite clear that men are underserved and must be targeted. And so that will be the focus of the next phase of the self-testing intervention.
Okay. To get more men to test there. We'll watch on to see how that goes. How men can voluntarily test and then we can know the right data of men who are also positive in this case. Grateful for joining us, Doc. Dr. Tuahine is the Director General of the Ghana AIDS Commission. Now, this is still the JoyNews Prime. We'll take a quick break here. We'll be back with more. Kindly do stay.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
This is a call to you. The dreamers. The ones that see no boundaries.
Dreamers take a chance.
The explorers that chart their own path.
Unlock the vibes, connect the energy.
The ones that dare to challenge the status quo.
Get connected, feel the vibes.
When others try to think outside the box, you wonder, what box?
Catch the wave, enjoy the ride.
To the architects of their journeys. Every connection is an opportunity to explore every experience. This is your call to adventure. Your journey begins here. Be bold, be daring, be free. Connecting passions, connecting dreams, connecting ambitions. Telecel, connecting energies.
When you're little, days are extremely busy. Work, traffic jams, meetings, conference calls. Luckily, our mom is here to take good care of us with day-by-day baby and day-by-day kids and their naturally active ingredients. Our skin is hydrated, soothed, and protected all day long. Yes.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way. A better Africa.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Welcome back from the break. Now, on today's episode of JoyNews series, Filth Exhibition, we turn our attention to the Aladuna community where residents use an open drain as a makeshift dumping site for all manner of waste. My colleague Sweetie Albochi has been interacting with some residents who have lived close to the open drain for years. They say the situation is a glaring reminder of government neglect.
Nestled between Nima and Newtown, with a particular focus on the settlements adjacent to the residence of President Akufo-Addo, human dignity collides with desperation. This is the Aladuna community, where approximately 500 people call an open gutter their makeshift waste disposal site. For Amagbeto, a resident of 2 decades, it's a daily reminder of their struggles with waste management and the stinging neglect by government. He speaks of an absence of proper waste management infrastructure with a heavy heart.
Everybody put rubbish in the gutter. Even I'm fighting with people here. They come and shit here all the time. Every night they came and put over the nafojira fear. Alaba enye nuika edenafu enyo na nwa tamaro na dogo na po ma ta gadu no. When you watch the forward there, you can watch it there. The Kaya Yo people, they always come there over na Masan and the other side. Nova New Town Kocho Malatai. Their pampers, their everything, they dump it to the gutter there. They don't have any place to dump it, so they just put it inside. So for me to the Kukuna government, Ado Agrina Miap Nola Body, the area man, no be no safe, no Jababa. But what the Belonu Akona Amukata area. Umaga Globo Yoho Galo Sio. Nobo Yoho Galo Shia, a Fudega.
But it's not just the stench of refuse that hangs heavy in the air. Across recurring floods, a menacing spectre threatened to wash away what little semblance of stability they cling to. As the rains draw near, one can almost feel the collective anxiety gripping the community, a community already scarred by the memory of the devastating June 3rd flood disaster.
Isoto kwa de enye ize kra June 3rd kwampo mi line wo me dem June 3rd a nsuo to ye no enye asem ketwa me ma ne nyina ye fridge e bibia say ye ifi kwa me nana flower krampo wato de ye bru machine edwuma no eno so say ye June 3rd ye line wo ye dem sese a aban bia meboa ye obibie mu nti nsuo to de enye ize kra wa ha sei etumi yiri sa na aba ye dem wo ne nyina ne abobo ye nyama ebi wana ye de ma tututu fridge no so gota no ye tu nsuo gum ye tu bola sugum e de no kra de meka ese bola bie ni ase container bie ni ha bola kan be fa ase Inti ye den ye sesa ye bola ye de begu yin. Sanka bola ka ba ye de begu bola kanim. Ese se bola ka bi ama inti ye de begu gotem. Ebi wa ye de begu payment no so ne ya hye. Ye hye ani ya pregu gotenim. Me ni aban na eben. Aban otimi huni anya mimi to downstairs abanso to downstairs me ne ne sheben me fa ase amakwa aba ha nti aban to me ya baabi na waja ha to on mu ne that me say onju ya ho.
Living so precariously close to the gutter with no proper waste management system in sight, Ejewe's voice trembled as she recalled the horrors endured. Dosu, another resident here at Aladuna, his tone tinged with frustration and righteous anger, joined in the conversation to demand government to give them some answers. Where are the funds allocated for the sanitation initiatives? Because they haven't seen any.
Ebia nso yi wa hasa June 4 June 3 ja nso ni nyina ye brewa ha ye gota ha kra ye toilet enje so mo bo hwemu kro apombo mo se toilet edemu ara national toilet o abani the SMEs mbeka be bi kire no kra bo onye. That's the number one on ye because ye bre de bia mo fa ye bre ya kan Adum TV.
President Akufo-Addo's pledge to transform Accra into Africa's cleanest city by 2020, later extended by former Sanitation Minister Cecilia Dapa to 2024, now stands as a stark reminder of unfulfilled promises, as slogans like Year of Sanitation, Keeping Ghana Clean Agenda, and making Accra the cleanest city fade into obscurity, the reality of filth encroaching upon the cityscape becomes even more glaring. But it's not just about cleaning streets or clearing drains. It's about restoring dignity, reclaiming hope, and honoring the humanity of every individual who calls this Aladuna community home. It's time to hold our leaders accountable and demand tangible action to address the sanitation crisis plaguing our communities. For JoyNews, I'm Sweetie Abochi.
Now, the use of digital devices like smartphones and laptops at the lecture halls has been found to support teaching and learning. Students use their mobile phones, tablets, and laptops for taking note and taking part in many classroom activities. However, a research by the Publishing Studies Department of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology has found lecture hall designs don't encourage the use of digital devices. Love FM's Kwesi Deborah has more for Tech Thursday.
My name is Abigail Makafui, a fourth-year publishing student specializing in design and illustration. When it comes to machines that we use in class, for my laptop, I'm able to use it for a very long time. It can take a day. It depends on how fully charged it is. All the classes I think that are limited when it comes to sockets, but you would have to come with an extension, and then it will have to be an extension where multiple people are using your extension as a main source for their extension as well.
My name is Maxela Tete. I take my laptop and my phone to class during designing. We have courses that it's compulsory to take your laptop or your phone to class. Also design or do the activities that we do in class. As much as I would prefer the university's laptop, I still want to use my laptop because it's something that is yours. You know how to operate it, you know how to go about it. Maybe you have some files or some documents saved on it that you would want to work with, but with the university laptop, it means that there will be restrictions. Maybe don't put an external drive inside, don't put this inside. So personally, I would like my laptop because my laptop, I know it's mine. I can do whatever I want with it.
With the proliferation of technology and gadgets and the inability of most institutions to provide access to students in the use of technology, especially digital devices, I saw it as a necessary evil to look at it. Now, if we look at the total population of K University as it stands now, we are around 87,000. And I don't think the university has the means to provide all the required hardware to support teaching and learning. So this was the reason why I tried to look at how bring your own device, the concept of bringing your own device will be of importance to us as an institution, and there's a possible way forward in implementing such a policy. Students had the digital devices, with majority of students having smartphones. A sizable number had laptops. In terms of tablets, that was low, but and the encouragement was students were willing to bring their own device for learning because of the personalization of the devices. For example, if I have my own set of device or my system, the way I have configured it will support my learning, rather than something from, let's say, the university that is like the lab. Maybe I'm used to Mac, the lab, they are using Windows, and I go there and have my own challenges. So the support was there. The challenge was the design of our classrooms, because for you to use your own device means you need a lot of electrical ports. One, the first would be to encourage the use of it, and the university should provide or design the classrooms in such a way that it can support such endeavor. Because I can bring my machine and I can run out of battery or cell any point in time. So if there are not enough power points for us to connect, then we have a problem.
Ekaprenu eya enu nti na metufu se abribiara o pade a onsa nkoto no mprenu na mekanfo SCP ama SCP ewo tema shahel ehwo na factory kese no esi ede na apɛ pavement blocks ankasa na de edisi dem biara no okɔ shahel SCP ebema obi se wo pese wo siw dan na pese wo gu concrete enya fina akoto cement akopa bo akopa nwia ofre SCP a the concrete I'm messing that with quality cement warm on babe good kama amount so what am a fienya dodowa a flower bon any impatem ho nyinara your office I was Printers Road your papaya restaurant in the dim
for SCP was 0501 672 608 and our toll-free number 0800 626 262.
This is a call to you. The dreamers. The ones that see no boundaries.
Dreamers take a chance.
The explorers that chart their own path.
Unlock the vibes, connect the energy.
The ones that dare to challenge the status quo.
Get connected, feel the
When others try to think outside the box, you wonder, what box?
catch the wave, enjoy the ride.
To the architects of their journeys. Every connection is an opportunity to explore every experience. This is your call to adventure. Your journey begins here. Be bold, be daring, be free. Connecting passions, connecting dreams, connecting ambitions. Telecel, connecting energies.
Fortune rice, it needs just a little water. The grains don't stick and the aroma and taste are delicious. Fortune rice, always on point, just like mom.
Now introducing Fortune Emupa, your tasty Ghana rice for all your rice meals.
This advert is FDA.
Vet Investment Limited.
All right, so welcome back from that break. Let's do showbiz now. And as you can see, you know, Becky Betts is already here.
Always here.
With all of the gist that you would have to hear. Hi, Becky.
Hello to you, Brace. How you doing?
I'm good.
Tomorrow is Good Friday. So I'm coming to tell you what you should expect tomorrow, where you should be tomorrow. And one of the places that you should be tomorrow is Harvest Praise 2024. And Alvin Slaughter, you know Alvin Slaughter, right?
Yeah.
He is in town and he has promised that you can never miss tomorrow's event because it's going to be fire. He spoke to JoyNews.
Hi, I'm Alvin Slaughter, and I am here with my wife, Joy, and I can't even tell you how excited we are to be here in Accra for Harvest Praise. It's just going to be amazing.
We had a great flight in from Buffalo, and you've turned the heat on here. It's nice and warm. It's beautiful here in Accra, and we are looking forward just to being with everyone and worshiping God together, and just, you feel like family, don't they?
And the heat is going to be on.
Yes.
Good Friday night. We're going to worship the Lord. You know, when we all come together, something marvelous happens. The last few years, many of us in the States, here in Africa, and all around the world, people have faced all different types of situations. And a lot of people's faith is under attack.
Yes.
Young people, old people, churches, pastors. I mean, people's faith is under attack. And the beauty of us coming together is that we inspire, and when we come together, we build each other up. You don't even have to say much. It's just being in an atmosphere where God can move in people's hearts. It's not an intellectual thing. It's a spiritual thing that God does in our hearts when we come with expectancy. So come with expectancy. Come with your heart open. Come with your spirit open. It's going to be awesome.
Yes, it will.
We're going to sing. We're going to dance. Got a great choir backing me up and a great band, and so many others will be there. Phil will be here, and so many others. It's going to be amazing, and we're expecting to see you at Harvest Praise this coming Good Friday.
At 4 p.m. at First Love Center. We look forward to seeing you there.
See you there.
To be missed. Brace, I have good news because musician Kwame Eugene has provided an update on his health for the first time since his accident on Sunday, March 17. In a post on his Instagram page on Thursday, the singer expressed gratitude to God, his family, and the staff of the University of Ghana Medical Center for their exceptional care. Kwame Eugene also conveyed appreciation to his fans and general public for their prayers since the incident occurred, assuring everyone that he is doing well. Quote, I want to say thank you to God, my family, the staff of UGMC, and all of you for your prayers, your positive thoughts, and your acts of kindness. The support and love that I received have been breathtaking and beyond my expectations, the post read. So for those of you who are asking, Kwame Eugene is okay. He's doing well. Fantastic there. He's actually creating a new music. So I'm sure that Brace, we're expecting a banger right after, you know, he's fit to come out of the house.
When he jumps out of the bed.
Yeah.
Someone said at this moment it's spiritual. The music you can put out will be very, very good.
Right.
So we can expect that.
Could be a gospel song. He's, you know, created a number of gospel songs that we haven't really paid attention to. Yeah. So good luck to you, Kwame Eugene. We're happy that you're back. Grace, let's talk about Throwback Thursday. Today we're ending the Ghana month.
Exactly. Yeah.
Tomorrow will be the end of Ghana month, and I decided that we'll throw back something very special from last year. We celebrate a couple of the musicians in the industry from various regions. But tonight we're celebrating Atongo Zimba. For some reason, he came to mind, and I said, let's celebrate Atongo Zimba. He's from the Upper West, Upper East region.
In heaven there's no beer.
Yeah, he's so the man Atongo Zimba with the polka classic, Heaven There Is No Beer, is on Spotlight this evening.
Sharaba, Sharaba, Abeba Kunala Shabaraba, Malangini.
Atongo Zemba is one of the biggest music exports out of Ghana. He was born on the savannas of northern Ghana in 1967. His grandfather taught him how to build and play the koliko or moro, a two-string calabash lute, and the first songs he learned were rooted firmly in tradition, dealing with everyday life in the countryside of northern Ghana.
So it's like every house gifted with something different instrument. So my house was gifted with this instrument. So my grandfather used to a little bit give me some rhythms when I go back to the forest. I can play some music whilst I'm relaxing, you know.
He gained fame as he was for a year and a half the opening act at the Shrine Show of Fela Kuti in Lagos, Nigeria.
I left my family. I went to first I went to Burkina Faso, and then through Burkina I went to Sankasi to Lagos. Yes, and I was
Nigeria.
Yes, I was basking in the street and playing in the market. So when I get to Nigeria, I was mostly playing around in the market and then start to know Nigeria because
He returned to Ghana to play the Pan-African Festival of Arts and Culture. And he played and toured with great African musicians as Hugh Masakela, Manu Dubango, or Sibisa, among others. And that ends the news for this evening. Remember to brush your teeth with Pepsodent every morning and evening with Pepsodent. Every smile matters.
All right.
For more news, please log on to myjohnline.com. That's where you find all the news. Thank you so much, Grace. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's a holiday. So hopefully, I'll see you on Tuesday.
You've got to be here. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Investment Limited.
Our stories begin right here, and we never write them alone. Sometimes we write them with someone who puts our story first. Other times with someone who puts their own story first. There'll be pages we love to read again and again, and some we'll barely remember. Sometimes we feel like the hero of our story, and other times, not. There are stories of dreamers, stories of creators, stories of strivers, stories of believers, and we're inspired by them all. That's why we invite you to write your story with us. Your story matters.
Freedom, freedom. It's my privilege to be in Tamale today. We are here because we are on a listening tour, and Tamale is the first place we chose to come to after we visited Nima. I come here because I want to tie my cloth with you and you tie yours with me. I can see that there's a lot of potential. So many things that can be done in this place that you would not need to leave here to go elsewhere to look for an opportunity. So I have come to listen to women, especially the youth, and get the blessings of my fathers. That we all come together and become one people to build one country. I am here not to talk to people, but I'm here to listen to you. What are your needs? What are your thoughts? What are your suggestions? If you were part of the government, how different would you make it?
What you are doing, you are on the right path.
If you ask me to test your product, I'll do it because I've tested the two and I've not seen any benefit out of the two political parties.
Whether you like it or not, Ghana needs a third force party in this round.
We have tested MPP
and we have tested NDC, we need to get a third person to compare the third person with the two parties.
For another awesome encounter at Harvest Praise 2024, the Anna Power Edition. Join friends and family to praise and worship with anointed ministers Alvin Slaughter, Phil Thompson, Harvest Gospel Choir, and the Harvest Theatre. Harvest Praise is on Good Friday, 29th March 2024 at the First Love Center near Trinity Seminary, Legon. Time 4 p.m. sharp. Dial star 725 star 1155 hash on all networks and buy your tickets now. Single 80 Ghana cedis, double 140 Ghana cedis, and VIP 150 Ghana cedis. Tickets are also available at Bachelor Total, Sunny FM, and all Harvest Chapel branches in Accra. Come find rest as you praise your burdens away. Harvest Praise, get your praise on.
The business segment is brought to you by
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
For your QR code. It's time you switch to Bell Pack today.
Good evening and welcome to Prime Business with me, Emma Davis. Tonight, banking consultant Dr. Richmond Etiahine has disclosed that 4 more banks may likely be giving advisors like UMB to help monitor their recapitalization efforts and implementation of governance reforms. His prediction follows the appointment of Dr. Joseph Franz as an advisor to Universal Merchants Bank Limited by the Bank of Ghana. Reacting to the development, Dr. Etiahine lauded the regulator for taking such a proactive measure to prevent the issue from having an impact on the financial sector.
Where I said, I know about 3 or 4 banks. I know of 3 or 4 banks will be in the same position. That is why Bank of Ghana has been proactively. What they have done is a proactive strategy. You start early so that it doesn't become seismic. When we say seismic, it doesn't affect the sector. As they have started, I'm sure those who are not ready will be also getting ready to ensure that they are following their recapitalization plans. Other than that, they will also appoint advisors to come and sit at your bank, board meeting, shareholders, to monitor it closely to ensure that there is a total compliance of this recapitalization plan for which you have already submitted to Bank of Ghana, and it has been approved because it was one of the requirements for the DDEP. If you read the DDEP and the approval by the IMF conditionality, it was one of the conditions that banks who fall short of capital will need to submit plan to Bank of Ghana for Bank of Ghana to approve, to give you time to fulfill the recapitalization plan.
Country senior partner at PwC, Vish Ashiagbo, has called for increased gender diversity within the banking sector. Mr. Ashiagbo argues that diversity allows everyone to leverage on each other's strengths, thereby ultimately promoting growth and development within the banking sector. He spoke to Joy Business at the launch of the PwC's 2024 Gender Diversity Banking Report in Accra.
Mrs. Firm, PwC has reaffirmed its commitment to advancing gender equity by launching its Gender Diversity Banking Report, changing currency, examining trends and challenges of female participation in Ghana's banking sector. Speaking to Joy Business, country senior partner at PwC, Vish Ashiagbo, emphasized the importance of a balanced gender representation in decision-making within the banking sector.
If you look at the wider economy, a lot of the activity, we always talk about Ghana being an SME-driven economy, and a lot of that activity is actually run and led by females. So if you look at financial services, or banks in particular, as basically intermediaries that support businesses, then if those who are driving the economy are largely female or are significantly female, then you'd expect that to make impact and make progress, then those who are facilitating that activity should be broadly represented so that they understand the issues, they can really address the needs of the stakeholders so that overall we get the impact that we're looking for.
Andrea Opoku-Dramina is a manager at PwC and urged stakeholders to prioritize accountability.
It's always male representation is really high, and we know there are women doing great things in banking in Ghana, and we just wanted to give them a voice to talk about some of the things that are affecting them and keeps them up at night so we can understand them better. Needs to be accountability at all levels. Accountability within the banks, accountability also from regulators to show that they are really taking it seriously and they want to help advance female leadership in Ghana.
The CEO of the Ghana Association of Bankers, John Ewa, highlighted the importance of transparency in designing financial products for all customers.
We believe that way the decision can be more enriched, the decision would then reflect the generality, and as I was said, who are we serving? We are serving a population that is 5149. How can we leave out almost half of the population in the decision making, in designing our products, in coming out of services, in coming out of communication? We need to be gender sensitive and make sure that our actions reflect the diversity that we have in the country.
Clara Amate-Fio-Taylor, a partner and director of advisory services at PwC, encourage women to have confidence in their abilities and pursue leadership roles.
Some of the insights that have come through is in terms of mentorship and preparation, and sometimes just having that belief in yourself that you can do it. Now, when you are adequately mentored and you've gone through adequate leadership programs, when you spot the opportunity, you are able to say that, yes, I believe I can play at this level.
The PwC's Changing Currency report delves into the experiences and insight of women in Ghana's banking sector.
The Ghana Cocoa Board has been failing to cash in on a huge jump in the price of cocoa on the international market for more than a month as a result of the shortfall in the production of the beans. The price of cocoa has gone beyond $1,000 per ton for about 2 weeks now. However, Chief Executive of Cocoa Board, Joseph Boahin Edu, tells Joy Business there has been a persistent problem of swollen shoot disease, which has pushed cocoa production to fall.
Systemic problem. Systemic problem had to do with cocoa swollen shoot viral disease. That is the main driver of the decrease of production of cocoa in Ghana. It's a problem that we faced, and at the time we came to office, it was about to explode. Many trees, were dying. Most of the farms were in asymptomatic situation. It's a virus, just like we have the spread of virus, and then you see people in asymptomatic situation. The same thing was happening to the cocoa trees. And old farms are more vulnerable, just like virus. Old people are vulnerable. The same thing is affecting the cocoa, this thing. And it's since time immemorial, scientists have done all they could, more than 80 years in Ghana, and they haven't found any, remedy, that is medicine for that. And the only solution is to cut the trees, destroy the stumps, and then replace them, which is also difficult for farmers to do it on their own. I always say that no farmer can do that, because for a farmer to have, let's say, 10 acres of cocoa farm, you might have spent about 15, 20 years to develop that. People who come from cocoa growing areas, they know that it takes quite, life investment, time to have a cocoa farm. Not less than 15 to 20 years to have 10 acres. But when the disease strikes, you have to cut everything. So if you have 10 acres, you have to cut all the 10 acres and replant in 1 year. Imagine 15 years, 20 years life investment. You are called upon to do it within 1 year. No farmer can do that. No farmer can do that without intervention. That's how come the president actually backed us and also led us to go to FDB to secure funding. And we have made a lot of progress in the field. Very soon we'll be taking you there to go and see what is happening. Yes, we've rehabilitated, we call it rehabilitation. We've cut a lot of trees and then replanted them, and they've started fruiting. That gives us hope.
Former Deputy Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, Moses Enim, has cautioned against padding data submitted to the ministry. He says the practice makes government policies ineffective. Speaking at the launch of the Aquaculture Ghana event, he urged stakeholders to be truthful in their dealings. The lack of transparency in Ghana's fisheries industry is a setback to the sustainable management of the country's fisheries resources. Former Deputy Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development says it is the reason why the sector must be guarded in all sincerity. Speaking at the launch of the Aquaculture Ghana 2024 event, Mr. Enim urged sector players to be honest with themselves, their partners, and government to promote growth of the aquaculture industry.
To collaborate, we have to be honest and truthful to ourselves and brutally frank to ourselves. We have a common experience where we picked information from one fleet of fisheries. And when we were trying to apply the information, then they went back and told other people that, look, the information we give them is wrong. Go and ask them. The information they gave us, one of the fleets gave us the numbers, and we're trying to use it now. And then they saw that the way we're going to use it is to better the industry. But because we are not honest, having cooked the figures for us, now they went back to tell other people, to question us, that the figures they gave us were wrong. Give us the data, the honest, accurate data, so I can take the course and I'll advance your course. Because for me, I am here today, and I'll continue to be with you, because I see aquaculture as the only viable alternative.
Meanwhile, some fish farmers called on government to address pressing challenges like access to finance, especially after the Akusumu Dam spillage, which has led SMEs in the sector to shut down.
The main challenge for the small farmers or medium-scale farmers to not expand or flourish is we don't get any financial support from any bank in Ghana. Even we being, we have invested nearly $2 million in our company, and our annual turnover is always $1.1 million. We have approached ADB, we have approached Axis Bank, and we have some other banks. None of us give us a loan, because they don't recognize our property or farm as a collateral. They want only warehouses and buildings.
The effect that we are having right now is that our farms, because of the dam spillage, all the farms have collapsed. So it has really affected us. We want to appeal to the government and the authorities that we need a help. The way they promised that they want to help us, we are expecting their help so that at least we can revive our farms, because most of the farms has collapsed. So we have nothing to do. We lay off all our workers and we are there. We have nothing to do, so we need their support so that at least we can start a farm again.
The Chamber for Aquaculture Ghana and its partners launched the Aquaculture Ghana 2024 event. Here is Chief Executive Officer of the Chamber, Jacob Ajika.
It comprises exhibition, conferences, and awards night. It is an event that the Chamber of Aquaculture Ghana and its partners have created to promote the aquaculture industry and also to encourage stakeholders to be more responsible towards sustainable production.
Government is seeking $100 million of private capital to complete the Sagliemi housing project. This was after it completed fresh assessment of the 5,000 affordable housing units to fast-track completion for public use. Kojo Oponkroma is Minister for Works and Housing and has been speaking on PM Express Business Edition, which airs tonight at 9 p.m. on this channel.
I think it's always important to recall the history of Sagliemi. Sagliemi was an affordable housing project for which the government of Ghana contracted a $200 million loan to construct 5,000 units for the benefit of Ghanaians. $196 million was paid and 1,000 units were partially developed. And there's no money to finish it. Because 196 million was paid, only about 1,000 partially developed units were developed. Minister Atachia commissioned the Ghana Institute of Surveyors to do a forensic assessment of the work that had been done there. And it didn't come up to even the 196 million that had been paid. And also, what had been left was uninhabitable. No sewage system. So if somebody on the third floor went to the washroom, it will just come sit downstairs. There's no sewage system to collect out. No water, no electricity. And 196 million had been paid for it. And therefore, they also did an assessment of what it would take to finish it. And they came to the realization that another $100 million will be required to get Sagliemi to a point of usability. And they started the process to request for $100 million for that. The government or cabinet declined that after spending $196 million for 5,000 units and only 1,000 partially developed units were availed, an extra 100 million of taxpayers' money could not be put into it. And so when Minister Sensubuachi came, he started the exercise based on the cabinet directive to bring in private sector participation to complete Sagliemi. So they put together a technical working group that had started some work. When I came in about 4 weeks ago, I've met with the technical working group. Yesterday, I had a site meeting with them at Sagliemi to also see if what I'm reading on paper is the same as what is on the ground. And we went there with surveyors and a few other people to at least have a cursory view of what was on the ground. And I'm giving them 5 weeks. That within these 5 weeks, they should issue the international expression of interest to any entity anywhere in the world, and possibly even get on a roadshow to any entity anywhere in the world that this is what we have. 1,000 units partially completed. And it requires about 100 million to bring the Sagliemi settlement to a point of usability. And we're looking for private partners who will bring their private capital to complement what we have and finish it and join the government of Ghana to operate it together. And I'm hopeful that the technical working group will do a good job. It's a big development. We cannot leave it to rot.
Minister, hasn't government kept too long on this project with all the legalese and all the rest? And now we understand that additional capital is needed again?
We understood that somewhere around 2019, thereabout.
And what stopped government from getting the additional funding to do that?
When Minister Sensubuachi, when Minister Atachia commissioned the Ghana Institute of Surveyors to do all of the work and determine how much was required to finish it. And since that time, as I've explained to you, there's been work ongoing to now get in the private funding to come on board to assist.
You would like to catch the full interview at 9 p.m. tonight on the JoyNews channel. Moving on, stakeholders in the promotion of trade and small businesses are calling for tailored policies to support women and youth-led businesses. According to them, a chunk of women-led businesses struggle to scale up and compete with their male counterparts due to the lack of deliberate support. Speaking at a workshop to assess a report on the potential of women and youth-led businesses in the African Continental Free Trade Area, project lead at Aya Institute, Bridget Biney, said targeted support will promote economic inclusion.
According to the findings of the report, majority of women traders do not have access to formal credit and therefore cannot expand their businesses. It also uncovered that many women in trade do not leverage technology to market their products and services. The workshop, which was organized by Aya Institute, also discussed how women and youth-led businesses can scale up and take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Speaking to the media after the workshop, Bridget Biney, project coordinator at Aya Institute, called for tailored support for women and youth-led businesses to stay competitive.
So we are looking at how these two groups can take advantage of the trade agreement. So we're looking at how peculiar their challenges are. If a man is doing business, his challenges will be termed as general challenges, and it may relate to women. But women's issues are peculiar issues, like cross-border trade issues. You know, when you go to the border, you hardly harass a man. But when a woman goes there, sometimes she doesn't even have all the documents because she doesn't have knowledge. She doesn't have key knowledge resource. Maybe when you're going to the border, you need to have these documents in order for you to be accepted to go through the border. So issues of harassment, don't have much knowledge on it, informed us to look at how they are going to engage with the trade agreement.
The chairperson for the Trade and Gender Committee of the National Trade Facilitation Committee of Ghana, Na Densua Ayite, explains the government's effort to equip women to stay competitive.
Sensitize them, train them on relevant policies and regulations that will assist them in their work. We also partner with others to teach them on customs, regulations, and procedures on the after, what the after has in store for them, the benefits that can be accrued to them. We let them understand that within their challenges, it can be addressed. Some non-tariff barriers like this can be easily addressed. We are working on what we call gender champions who can assist them at the borders, or the organizations that do have gender-sensitive policies and do promote women, not just women in trade, but even at their workplace, how their policies do favor the women.
Everybody needs good karma, especially entrepreneurs. Today, we learn about 3 things. 1, the role of karma in entrepreneurship. 2, how the Entrepreneur in You initiative is bringing this concept to life. And 3, how you can get involved. Dr. Maxwell Ampong explains further.
It's not about how big you give, but that you give to put good karma out there. Hello, today we are exploring the role of karma in entrepreneurship. Now, before you think concepts like karma have no place in business, understand I'm coming from the angle where the energy that we put out there circles back to us. Plus, I'm thrilled to share with you how our Entrepreneur You initiative is making a tangible difference at the chest diseases unit of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. So why is the entrepreneur advocate like me now preaching doing good works? It's because I believe that karma in its simplest form is the concept that whatever goes around comes around. In business, it means that the positivity, the honesty, and the generosity that you extend in your dealings can come back to benefit you in many shocking and unexpected ways. Whether it's through the loyalty of satisfied customers, or the dedication of your happy employees, or even the unwavering support of the community that you work in, know that good karma is the foundation on which long-lasting success is built. To bring this concept to life, this Entrepreneur You initiative from the Africa School of Entrepreneurship has partnered with the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, specifically the Chest Diseases Unit. By contributing a monthly token, stakeholders of this initiative, like you, like me, can help provide essential care and medication for those that need it the most. Understand that most of us are giving 2 digits. It's nothing major. It's not about how big you give, but that you give to put good karma out there. It's a powerful example of how entrepreneurs like you and me can extend our impact beyond the business world by creating ripples of positivity that can reach far and wide. And yes, I 100% bet that this good karma that myself, my team, and the many of you that have decided to join us are putting out there shall boomerang its way back to us in force. I bet on this not because I'm a betting man, but because it is fundamental to the laws of karma. It's how karma works. One other thing that we also need to remember is that business is not just about profit margins and market share. It's about the legacy that we leave behind. It's about the impact that we make on and in the world that is around us. So by supporting causes like the chest diseases unit of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, we are not just doing good, but we are also fostering a cycle of goodwill that will benefit everybody involved. So join us, call the Entrepreneur You Initiative, and add your drop to this flow of karma that we are putting out there through the chest diseases unit of Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Thank you for watching, and thank you for joining in advance. Keep well.
Brought to you by Africa School of Entrepreneurship.
For tonight, I am Emma Davis. For more business news, do log on to myjoyonline.com. Have a good evening.
Business segment was brought to you by
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
For your QR code. It's time you switch to Bell Pack today.
Stories, that's what we tell each other every day. At Joy News, we tell your story. You have a story the world should know about? Tell it to Joy News. We are your home of bold, credible, and fearless journalism. I am Emefa Apau.
Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Sports segment is brought to you by
Commended DBS Industries to you.
Let's go to DBS Industry.
Hello, welcome to Prime Sports with me, Razak Musbao. Now, Asante Kotoko's Interim Management Committee has played down reports of an imminent sacking of Prosper Nate Ogum. The Porcupine Warriors' poor run of form in the second round of the Ghana Premier League has seen Ogum come under strong pressure from both the media and fans. Now, earlier this month, the head coach and his players were booed following the team's defeat to Accra Lions at the Barra Stadium. These things have not gotten any better for the Kumasi Bay side as they have suffered 4 consecutive defeats in Ghana's top flight since the home win over BBNE Gold Stars on March 1. Now, their recent performances leave them in 9th position on the league table with just 11 games until the end of the season. That has resulted in reports in the local media that Ogum could be gone sooner than later. However, the club, in a statement, has since dismissed such reports as they confirmed their trust in the former Wafa Gaffer to turn things around. Now, Stephen Zando is with our sister station, Love FM in Kumasi, and he's been following development in the camp of Kumasi Asante Kotoko and joins me on phone for more on this very situation. Stephen, thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, what can you report from the camp of Kumasi Asante Kotoko? We understand a meeting was due to be held between the IMC and Prosper Nate Ogum. Has that meeting been held, and what is the outcome of the meeting?
All right, good evening, Razak, and thank you very much for having me. Yes, yesterday, Asante Kotoko released a statement reiterating the point that they are not going to fire head coach of the club, Dr. Prosper Gumnate. In that release, they made it clear to the general public that, in fact, they held a meeting with the technical team and, of course, the playing body because the IMC is not happy with the current string of poor results the club, has been churning out, and that's why they decided to hold that particular meeting. We hear that the meeting ended successfully, and all the parties agree that they need to urgently change the fortunes of the club before the season comes to an end. For the first time following Asante Kotoko, I don't remember the last time Kotoko lost 4 straight matches in the Ghana Premier League. Look, in 2024, the club has played 6 Premier League matches and they've got only 3 points from a possible 16. This is not Asante Kotoko that we are used to, and that is why the fans really agitated right after that game against Leicester last Sunday at the Bavaria Sports Stadium when they were defeated by a goal to nil. It tells you that the fans are not happy. But I have decided to engage some people close to the camp of, Dr. Prosper Gumnate. And, before Ogum was reappointed as head coach of Asante Kotoko in the second stint as the coach of the club, it's His Majesty who forced it to the life position of the club, made it clear to the coach, the IMC, and the supporters that we should not put the coach under pressure to deliver. He should not be in a rush to win laurels for Asante Kotoko. And that is the reason why, for me, the coach decided to bring on board a lot of youngsters, actually. So you realize that in the recruitment that Ogum did last summer, he brought on board a lot of youngsters. I mean, players that hitherto will not be allowed to play for Asante Kotoko main team. But Ogum thought that, he was using these players to build a formidable team for Kotoko to ensure that they get sustained success in the future. But, in football, the fans will always continue to be fans. What the fans want is to demand results. What the fans want is to get a result. And that's what they desire. So after playing 4 matches and with 0 points out of the club, obviously the supporters will not be happy. And that is why Ogum is a bit under pressure to deliver. The next 5 matches for Dr. Prosper Gumnate and Asante Kotoko will be quite crucial because they will travel to Bechem United to play an away fixture. After that, they will host Resettlement FC before they play Dreams FC. And Dreams FC is in the quarterfinals of the CAF Confederation Cup. It tells you that they are a strong side. And after that, they've got Ghana Stars to negotiate as well as Mediama Sporting Club. So really, Razak, if you look at the next 5 matches of Asante Kotoko, I'm sure it says a lot about the current situation. Obviously, the coach of the club cannot afford to be losing much, especially considering the next 5 matches. Asante Kotoko has got to negotiate with Razak.
All right, Stephen Zado, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Keep tabs on that, and we'll come to you as and when we get any new development. Let's turn to the camp of Accra Heart of Folk, because they have reconstituted a new board, and what we are hearing is that the board have set sight on the construction of a new stadium as part of plans to reposition the club among the best on the continent and the world at large. According to one of the newly appointed board members, Vincent Odote, the club intends to put up a 20,000 capacity stadium, the club's training ground, after the construction of a hotel and a mini stadium at the Pobiman Sports Complex.
I would not accept when people say we don't know football. This is football. This is what football is about. The success that you expect on the pitch cannot be achieved without being backed by solid foundations and a sustainable means of enhancing the image, creating revenue. So this is the football, what the modern football it's all about. What is hard is to build our academy, as I said, once we build the hotel at Pobiman and then convert one of the the pitches into a mini stadium. Our next step is to build the stadium, our own branded stadium, a mere 20,000 capacity, like any modern football club. So that is, once we've done with this, that's our next target. And that's where we want to take Accra Hearts of Oak. We don't want to be victims of, when you go to any club in the world, any serious club, any club with a history, the stature of Hearts of Oak, they all have these things. And this is definitely building our own stadium will be the next step in the attainment towards the attainment of preeminence, not only in Ghana, but in Africa.
Not playing at the Accra Sports Stadium for a couple of weeks. How worried are you?
Well, it's a big concern in terms of, if you recall, we had to play.
Chairman of the local organizing committee for the 2023 African Games, Dr. Kweku Asari, has countered claims by the NDC that the organization of the event was a monumental failure. Now, Mr. Kobena Woyome, who labeled the continental event as a disaster, has been addressing the press conference, and Dr. Fosu Asari also addressed the issue of the protesting volunteers about their misinformed stipends. And there is more in this report by my colleague, Haruna Mubarak.
Others, 30 different sporting disciplines competed at the 13th.
The games ended on Saturday with a closing ceremony held at the University of Ghana Stadium. It was the first time Ghana hosted the continental event in its history, winning 69 medals. However, the organization was not without challenges. Badminton player Leslie Addo revealed that the team received equipment just a day before the games commenced.
The equipment that we got didn't even come the times we have nobody has trained the equipment, nothing. The rackets, nothing. The racket I used to play a tournament. I got it just a day. And I've never tested it. The shoe I was 47. They gave me 36. How am I going to use it for?
Leslie's remarks echo the sentiments of many athletes who expressed frustrations over logistical issues surrounding the games. In addition to equipment delays, there were concerns over power outages and the withdrawal of South Africa from the hockey competition due to safety concerns for their athletes. Kobena Woyomi, ranking member on the Youth and Sports Committee of Parliament, criticized the organization of the event.
The just ended games were a monumental disaster and total embarrassment to our dear country. The Akufo-Addo-Bawumia NPP government spent a staggering $240 million on the just ended games. Yet, the organization and management of the event was poor and shambolic. While the government sacrificed value for money principles and breached procurement procedures, infringe on the Public Financial Management Act, leading to huge expenditure Ghanaians have been swayed by the frivolous outcome of the games to believe all is well.
In response, the local organizing committee chairman, Dr. Kweku Ofosu-Asare, refuted claims of inadequate preparation.
What do you call it? Democratic dispensation.
So you don't agree with that?
He's entitled to his view. I don't agree with him to a larger extent. Let's assess the social capital hosting the games has brought to Ghana. It's not all about money, physical money. Let me tell him that. For instance, when Nkrumah was building the dam, I come from Akomufi, that's in my area. Okay, when Nkrumah was building the dam, 1965, thereabout, okay? What did Ghanaians say? They said there was no need, we didn't have money, we shouldn't build it. If we hadn't built the dam at that time, what would have happened to us in the area of, energy? When he was building the motorway, what did they say? Are we able to pour cement on the streets and build a street like he did at that time? No. Look, when he was building the Tema Harbour, they said we had Takoradi Harbour. Why was he going to waste money? I have a friend whose father was the first person he sent to that place to go and assess the place when they were going to, Nkrumah was going to build the harbour. And he said his father told him that when he went back to Nkrumah and told him the place was not feasible, Nkrumah told him that I don't want to hear this. You understand me? So if you are sitting down and you are saying that is view, and I respect everybody's view, but posterity will judge us. Whether what he's saying would have been beneficial to the country or what we did would have rather been beneficial. Now posterity is judging Nkrumah for building the dam. Posterity is judging Nkrumah for building the harbour.
Tensions rose as volunteers clashed with police, citing grievances over promised packages. However, Ofosu-Asare says they were misled about promised stipends.
I think it was miscommunication, misunderstanding. They didn't get it well. Me, the first time I met them, I said, give me a definition of volunteers or volunteerism. Go and check the definition. And the communication and the what was given them, the letter given them, yes. there was nothing like monetary consideration or what have you. And I don't think they came in because of course, but I think somewhere along the line they got some of the things wrong. And
cost components, allowances for volunteers. The volunteers as well are going to be accommodated and fed and be given allowances.
This is the Sports Minister Mustafa Yusuf discussing allowances prepared for volunteers ahead of the games at a press conference, which casts doubt about the accuracy of official communication. The conflicting narratives have sparked questions about transparency and accountability within the LOC and the ministry. Haruna Mubarak for Joy Sports.
Attention to some European football, and the match international window just wrapped up, and it's Germany that we're going to put the spotlight on, and for that we're joined by Chris Harrington of our partner station DWTV for some insight on the performance of Germany in the international break. Chris, good to have you again. Let's just talk about the German national team. Julian Nagelsmann, he had a decent outing in the match international break. Of course, they had a draw against Chile, but then they had a really good win against France, a really good win against France, 2-0 that ended. The question is, do you think that the successes they've chalked in this international window, they are likely to carry it on into the Euros?
That to be the case, because you have to factor in the way they closed out last year. You know, they were defeated by Turkey, defeated by Austria. Then something happened. Julian Nagelsmann recalled Toni Kroos unretired from international football. However you want to call it, no matter what, his return definitely caused a change, because you saw that immediately in the match, in the first seconds of the match. Germany went off and scored a goal through Florian Wirtz. You know, you call him a big baller. He's making his international, debut, his first international goal in that kind of fashion against France, a team that's seasoned, a team that's won a World Cup, been a finalist at the previous World Cup. You know, I think it was a tall order going into the match, but considering the way Germany outclassed France in every single category, you have to give a lot of credit to what Julian Nagelsmann is doing. right now. And I do think that this success will carry over because just listening to what the players have to say, the way they've gelled together on the pitch with the older players and Thomas Müller, Toni Kroos, and then the younger combination in Florian Wirtz, even Kai Havertz. He's been a question mark at times. He contributed a goal as well. And Joshua Kimmich playing left back. I do think that was a different call, but, he looked good. They look dominant in the match. They're going to need that kind of confidence to ignite them moving forward. Being hosts, I do think, gives them a bit of confidence. But I do think a step another in that direction would be defeating France the way they did. And the victory was so convincing, the German Football Association president, there was a conversation about Nagelsmann. Nagelsmann's contract is until the end of the Euros. Well, they're already in talks of making him the permanent coach. It was that impressive of a performance. And I think Germany looked good moving forward. They seem to have all of the pieces they need to have a successful home tournament in the European Championships.
Let's talk about Toni Kroos now. Do you foresee him being the standout player for Germany in the Euros? He just returned to the national team, and in the friendlies, assisted twice in the 2 games they played. Is he going to be the man to possibly clinch the title for Germany at the Euros?
I think Toni Kroos, I think, his performance speaks for itself. He assisted that goal from Florian Wirtz, and I think that how much success he brings to the table. He gained early success domestically with Bayern Munich. Then he went to Spain, Real Madrid. He's won everything under the sun, including the World Cup. Not many players on that roster, won a World Cup, were active back in 2014 in Brazil. So I do think that experience. And then Nagelsmann spoke specifically about the way he integrated into the club. He's like an everyday guy, despite his success, despite how much he's won abroad and so forth. I think he'll be key. And then the players in the team have to really believe in what Nagelsmann has been preaching. I do think the performance, that they've shown against France, we'll see more confident showings from Florian Wirtz and Kai Havertz alike. I do think between the posts will be a question mark. Ter Stegen got the nod because right now Manuel Neuer is out, but he has been called the number 1 by Nagelsmann when the tournament begins this summer. I like what I see so far. Obviously, the tournament hasn't begun once, and maybe we're putting the carriage before the horse in this case, but nonetheless, you have to give Germany a lot of credit for the way they looked against France, and the players that Nagelsmann has selected have been outstanding.
Great, Chris. Just before I let you go, though, let's talk about that, little controversy that has risen following the German national team's decision to switch sponsorship from Adidas to Nike. Can you help us appreciate exactly why the public in Germany seem to be against that decision by the FA, and what could have been a motivation for that decision?
Yeah, politicians in Germany have been calling the move unpatriotic, and it's understandable because Adidas is the way it's, pronounced abroad, but Adidas, unbeknownst to many, is the way I believe the original pronunciation is. Adidas, we'll just go with that. Linked to success in Germany because of the German World Cup. The football team has won World Cups under Germany and so forth. And then we've seen that success. A lot of the politicians, a lot of the players, grandparents, grew up associating Germany football with the Adidas brand, the 3 stripes, as they would refer to it. But people might not realize or might have forgotten the brand was built off the back of an American. Jesse Owens, back in 1936, Adi Dassler himself approached Jesse Owens and asked him to wear his shoes, and then he went on to win multiple gold medals in the 1936 Olympics that gave the company international success. So the whole issue of, some Germans feeling that Adidas is being unpatriotic, maybe they're not, showing, loyalty to Germany, being a German manufacturer. There was never loyalty there from the very beginning. Hence why Adi Dassler gave the shoes to Jesse Owens. I mean, it's a corporate decision, and the bottom line is there's more money from Nike. Adidas was only offering $50 million for the deal. Nike doubled that amount of money. And when you look at how much the German Football Association is losing, they have financial woes at the moment. So they can use the extra stimulus of cash, and they've signed the deal. And the deal is done. I think the public will get used to it and become accustomed to Nike and Germany in the future. And then we'll look at, all of the old Adidas brand jerseys in a nostalgic kind of way. But it is what it is. Money talks, and that's the decision that was made.
Chris, thanks very much for your time here on Prime Sports. That's Chris Harrington joining us all the way from Berlin, Germany, with the latest from Germany. But let's turn attention to England now, because Newcastle United midfielder Sandro Tonali has been charged with misconduct by the Football Association for alleged breaches of betting rules. Now, the FA alleges that Tonali broke its rules by placing 50 bets on matches between 12 August and 12 October 2023. Now, the 23-year-old is currently serving a 10-month ban issued by the Italian Football Federation in October for breaking betting rules. Now, Sky Sports' Kate Downey has been explaining the details of the case.
Yeah, well, it's different to the case in Italy, because essentially the FA are alleging that Sandro Tonali placed bets on football matches while registered as a Newcastle United player between the 12th of August last year and the 12th of October. Remember, Tonali arrived at Newcastle on a £55 million transfer in the summer, only a couple of months after he joined. Did he face that gambling issue, the probe over in Italy, where, of course, he was banned for 10 months. That was all for placing bets while an AC Milan player. Important to stress that. This separate charge that has landed today from the FA relates to bets that they allege he placed, as I say, earlier on in this season while registered as a Newcastle United player. So, look, it'll be interesting to see what comes out of this with regards to any potential sanctions, whether it could run concurrently or whether it could be bolted on to the end of that 10-month ban, of course, that he's already serving, and he's round about halfway through that right now. But that one was handed down, of course, by the Italian Federation back in November. This is a completely separate one, this charge coming from the FA. Yeah, well, look, Sandro Tonali admitted that, didn't he? He admitted his guilt at the hearing over in Turin back in November, that he placed bets on a number of football matches, some of them involving his club, AC Milan, while he was a player there. Look, there's no information yet coming out. I'm sure it will come out in the wash at a later stage, but there is no information yet to suggest that Tonali bet on Newcastle United matches or even matches in this country. It's 50 separate charges, 50 football matches. The FA say, they allege, should I say, that he placed bets on, but there is no details as to what matches they were. And really at this stage, does it matter? Probably not. It's just obviously bad news for Newcastle United and Sandro Tonali, because, he's already halfway through that rehabilitation 10-month period away from the game. And it's not just 10 months away from playing. He's having to go back to Italy, I think, between 10 and 12 times. He's taking part in rehab programs over there and helping young footballers deal with their own issues. So, look, Tonali's halfway through that right now. And as I say, the biggest question in all of this will be whether any potential ban, should he be found guilty, could run concurrently or bolted on to the end of it. It's my understanding that Newcastle do not expect his return at the end of August. August 27th is when he's set to return to playing for Newcastle United. They don't expect that to be delayed.
Yeah, that's Kit Downey with Sky Sports. I was speaking earlier on Sky Sports over there. And that's all we got for you on Prime Sports tonight with me, Razak Musbao. Thank you for being part of it.
Sports segments was brought to you by
Mender DBS Industries to you.
Let's go to DBS Industries.
How do we fix the housing challenge in Ghana today?
For starters, I'm getting used to the hard hat and the boots.
Okay, and then the vest as well.
And then the reflectors. No, but on a more serious note, I think I've been here for a little over 4 weeks. The first 2 weeks was a handing over period. And then the following 2 weeks, I had to essentially get acquainted with all the departments and the work that they do and the briefs that are available. In the last 1 week, I've been on the ground, having gotten a sense of what can be done in the next 9 to 10 months. We've drawn up a strategic plan for 10 months, and then we are on the ground now trying to tackle the various buckets of issues. We do about 4 things here at the ministry. Number 1, we are responsible for the nation's flood control program. Number 2, we are responsible for the coastal protection program. Number 3, we are responsible for dealing with the big problem you spoke about, housing. And then number 4, for the regulation of the housing sector. So for each one of these 4 areas, we've settled on what we can do in 10 months, and that's what we are focused on now.
I mean, some would say that, yes, you hit the ground running, but coming to the ministry as well, has it given you a different perspective about the whole challenge, especially for the housing, state works in housing? You were there receiving briefs from your colleague ministers and all the rest. Has it given you a different picture on the issues on the ground when it comes to dealing with the works issues in the public space?
When you get on the ground and it is now your headache, it feels differently from when you are listening to the briefs and assisting the minister responsible for it to work out how to engage the public. I make a joke that previously, whenever I saw clouds, I didn't get too scared. Now, when I see clouds, I get very worried or extra worried.
Why?
Because I'm responsible for the flood control program. So you are quickly asking, how far have they gone with the dredging exercises and the drainage systems? Because we're already late in the day. The 2023 flood control program had funding challenges. And so not all the work that was required to have been done was done. And so we're already late in the day, even as the rains are approaching. And we have to speed up our work, push the contractors, get some more funding in so that we can mitigate against the potential challenges that flooding could bring. So when you are now the one who is responsible for the portfolio, it hits differently.
And you talked about flood, and it might be good to get an update on it about how prepared are we? Because
volumes that have come in since climate change, etc., are inordinate. Even if you have, average levels of water coming in, and you don't have the adequate drainage systems to get rid of them, you will still have flooding challenges. And in Ghana, there are a number of drainage channels that all over the country are supposed to help drain the average volumes of water even before climate change hit us. In Accra alone, there are 9 basins. The Odo is just one. And I think after the June 3rd disaster, it became obvious that as a republic, we have not done enough investment in building the kind of drainage channels along these basins to get average or even above average volumes of water out. And so the World Bank assisted us with about $200 million to start work on the Odo under the GARID program. That work is behind schedule, honestly, and it's behind schedule because of a number of factors. We need to speed up the work on the GARID project. We also need about $150 million additional funding on the GARID project, which
from
is
the World Bank?
Yes, which is in Parliament, and we couldn't pass it because the Speaker adjourned the House, Sinedie, though we had skills to take up that business. But we need to get the additional funding. We need to speed up the work so that at least 1 out of the 9, the Odo, can be adequately addressed. And then you have 8 more that need to be addressed with the appropriate drainage channels along these basins. And then across the country, if you go to the Ashanti region, if you go to the Eastern region, if you go to the Bono East and other places, there are major basins that require the necessary drainage channels so that when you have above average volumes of water coming in, they can drain them and then you can avert potential flood. So there's a lot of work that needs
But could you also wait for the
done.
funding to come in? Some are saying that doesn't mean that we are now so much exposed because these works have not been completed.
We are exposed, to be honest with you. We are exposed. Under the National Flood Control Program, the government of Ghana is doing its bit. In 2023, we were supposed to do work to the tune of about 90 million Ghana cedis along some of the smaller drainage channels. And as I mentioned, funding challenges did not allow all of it to take place. We've come into 2024, so we have challenges from 2020. If you look at the medium-term program, 2023 works that have not been completed, and then you now have 2024 works that also need to be done, and possibly you catch up on the 2023 works. And then you have Garrett, which is just 1 out of the 9, which is also behind schedule. So we are exposed. We have to be upfront about it. But myself and my team are committed to run as quickly as possible to see what we can do during the period.
I mean, I ask for some explanation and a deeper understanding, because for some people, they see this thing as just a dredging issue. These are gutters that are just stuck with silt.
No, it goes beyond that.
I'm saying that, is it that can't something be done about just these normal works?
So you have basins that don't have any concrete works. You have water basins. Sometimes, people call them small streams and other things. You have basins that are drainage channels that don't have any concrete works whatsoever. And you need to provide some sort of formwork to make it easier for water to get through and get out of the city when you have above average volumes of rainfall. That's number one. Number two, even when you've constructed it, then you have challenges of silt in some areas, or the human behavior of dumping rubbish, etc., into them and choking them up in other areas. On some of our tours, we've had to ask the local assembly to take over from the Ghana Hydro Authority and take responsibility for the regular clearing of these channels, where we've even done the concrete works. I think in Kaswa also quite recently, when we went, while the concrete works are ongoing, you still find people dumping refuse in there, and we had to bring the local assembly on board to take charge and ensure that that is done. So you have places where you have to do concrete works, you have places where you have to do desilting and dredging. You have places where you have to do some integrated works on the grounds to ensure that at least the areas that are adjoining these concrete works, and then the project affected persons can also move further away. So it's a complex challenge. As I mentioned, we're exposed because we are behind schedule, but we're going to do our best on it.
Because how fast is government going to move? How fast is the ministry going to move? Because it appears that when it comes to issue about nature, they don't care about your pace of work. And
that is true. Nature doesn't care about your pace of work.
At this big risk, come we say.
I am on the ground literally 2 out of the 3 days in the week. I work in the office just about 3 days, and then the other 2 days I am on the ground chasing the contractors and consultants to get a lot of work done. Government has a responsibility to ensure that when they are done with their work and their certificates are made available, we also pay them so that they can continue with their work. So you can have the commitment that we will run as quickly as we can, resources allowing.
Is this thing more of a funding problem, or moving around the contractors and machinery and all those things?
I think it's a combination.
If we should get all the funding today, Kojo,
no,
are we assured that things will move
it's a combination.
as fast as possible?
It's a combination, because there are places where you have the funding, but the pace of work has been slow. In Garrett, for example, the funding is available, but the arrangements for consultants and other things that were put in place by the World Bank have been a bit cumbersome, and it has slowed the pace at which the work has gone. And I'm working with the World Bank to see how quickly we can, be up and running on the timelines on that one. In other areas, for example, the GOG funded ones, you have funding challenges as well. And then in some of the other areas, even on the GOG ones where you have funding, sometimes you have challenges with consultants and contractors that you got to run. So it's a combination. But I think the answer is on-ground supervision and pushing to get the work done, and that's what we are doing.
How are you whipping the local assemblies also into line? And clearly I'll say that for some of these areas, you realize that it is just desilting of the gutters could go a long way to minimize the exposure and the challenge.
Yeah, so 2 things. We have a responsibility to work in partnership with the local assemblies. One of the things we noticed that there were areas in which the local assemblies had been left out. So the Ghana Hydro Authority will go and construct a big storm drain and put a catch pit around it and will leave, but does not necessarily bring the local assembly on board to take ownership for the desilting of that catch pit on a regular basis. And so I've given instructions that now wherever we do any of these, you need to get the local assembly through with an MOU to take responsibility and to handle that regular desilting. But the local assemblies also have their funding challenges. The truth is that the District Assembly's Common Fund has not been very liquid at the assembly level for some time now. And so the resources that they require to also do a lot of this at their own level has been constrained. And we need to do better at ensuring that we make releases of the DACF to the assembly level so that MMDCs can have access to those resources and do the necessary desilting and dredging at the lower level where they can, before the bigger jobs require us at the ministry to come in.
Could you let's come back to our main issue about the fixing of the housing challenge? And some would say that, can government fix it? Some have said, let it be a private sector-led issue and government should just get out of it. Because over the years, successive governments have tried their best, but we're still faced with huge housing deficit.
The housing deficit currently in Ghana is about 1.8, almost 1.9 million units. Now, 1.8 million housing units is no joke. And government has a responsibility to provide leadership in addressing it. That government leadership mostly will come from having a policy framework that makes it easy, relatively easier for the housing deficit to be reduced. Unfortunately, over the years, the architecture that we have used in an attempt to tackle it, in my view, respectfully, has not been robust enough. Here at the Housing Ministry, we have only a staff of 7 in the Housing Directorate. 7 people to tackle a housing deficit of 1.8 million, you agree with me, it's a bit on the low side. And I think it speaks to the kind of architecture that we are using, because you need to develop a policy framework that even makes it easier for private sector to come on board and work with you. And so from our side, we need to do more. One of the first things that I've done is to ask the Office of the Head of Civil Service to help us have the necessary land economists and surveyors and architects and planning experts that we need here to make our housing directorate and its architecture a bit more robust so that we can have a comprehensive solution to the problem. Also, we only used to have an affordable housing unit. Then we have a rural housing department, which is a department on its own. And a couple of other desks that were supposed to help. And you would then notice that some of the projects we have tried to do as a republic have either been slow or have had gaps in there. So we've reorganized housing. Now housing is in 5 different departments. We've got the affordable housing department, and their job, as I've explained to them, is responsible for being directly involved in generating affordable housing projects. So like what we've started with TDC at Kpong, where we've done 1,000 units already, and we're trying to work with the board chair and the chief executive. They've done a fantastic job so far to lock down funding and start a phase 4 within the next 4 weeks of about 800 additional units. It's something that my affordable housing department has been tasked with. Pokwase is supposed to do 8,000 units. They're already behind schedule on the groundworks. And again, if you have limited expertise to follow through and ensure that it works, that's what happens. But I was there yesterday. We're working with the consultants and the contractors to ensure that we can get the groundwork done quickly so that the building blocks start going up. So affordable housing is now a whole department, and we're going to be running with them hands-on directly. We have also now created a district housing department, because if you're talking about rural-urban migration, you ask yourself why. It's because when people are looking for their amenities and economic opportunities, they find them in the urban areas. Why wouldn't they all move to the urban areas? So we have to invest more in our districts. And one of the things we have to do, in addition to investing in economic opportunities, is to invest in housing. So we're just going to start a district housing program using Ghanaian building materials so that we can bring down the cost of those developments by maybe at least some 30%. That's the policy direction I've given them, some 35%, bring down the cost of the materials so that in our districts across the country, you can provide housing for teachers, nurses, doctors, public servants, people who are even working elsewhere, who are thinking of building a home back in the district or in the village, but don't want to go through the hassle of buying cement and mortar and every 3 months trying to do something, but can find a decent gated green community out there in the districts where they can live. So now we have district housing. We've also now got general housing, where we are looking at global best practices that attract private sector to come and develop master planned communities. Because we have to develop satellite communities both in the urban areas and in the districts. Communities where people can live, school their children, work, have social amenities, shop, have their religious activities, etc. These communities have to be master planned, and you need master developers to come in who are going to do 5,000 units, 10,000 units. Those people won't come if we're operating this kind of market. So you have to have direct policies that target those people that say that, listen, if you're a master developer and you have certified technology that makes your accommodation affordable or cheap, you have a layout that ensures that it's an integrated satellite community somewhere, and all the amenities are there. These are the incentives that we're going to give you. We're going to use some more local materials and things that probably have to import, the necessary waivers we have to do for you. Then we're able to provide incentives to master developers, like what Apollonia City is trying to do. You don't leave a community like Apollonia City on their own to build their own roads and other things. The state has to be interested in finding a way to support that, because shelter is a need for our people. If you don't do that, then landlords will always take advantage of tenants. So yes, you've got general housing. You've also now got public sector housing, where we are now focusing on developing housing for public sector workers and redeveloping some of the old public sector units. So my answer is that government has a role. That role is a role of leadership and direction. That's what we're trying to provide. But 1.8 million units, government can't build those houses. Government needs to attract the private sector, offer the private sector incentives, and work with the private sector to achieve. And could you one thing I'll be hammering more is the bit about the incentive, because some are saying that that could be or is the way to go. This is PM Express Business Edition, as we gave the Minister for Works and Housing, Honorable Kojo Oponin-Nkrumah. We'll be engaging him on how can we fix the housing challenge in Ghana here today. We'll be right back after this break.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see F-I-N-T-E-X, Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
I love President Charcoal. Why? When there are so many other charcoal toothpaste. That's both charcoal and lemon. Oh, does it? Yes. Look right here.
Yes. Pepsodent Charcoal has 2 of nature's powerful whitening ingredients. With the power of activated charcoal and lemon essence, it removes stains and whitens teeth naturally.
Convinced?
Well, I am. Just look at your beautiful Pepsodent smiles.
For naturally whiter teeth, Pepsodent Charcoal. Pepsodent.
Ahani nyinaa want our children to use the internet to learn. Na we nyina be farmers, doctors, lawyers, fishers, traders in a more keka ho. Ahani nyinaa ye pede yenye friends and loved ones who bonkomu ofondo without any interruptions.
Ow, yes, ow. A stable service netuma send them mobile money na come our parents of ye.
JT Trot Room, Opedosha Chelsea vs Man City game without missing a moment.
Era mana, onoze nenywa jido obo receive mobile money payments every the customers ho. Pay delay so. Eboze love talks in quoting or po. Obotuma kasa till he sleeps on the phone.
Eyimu nyinaa is made possible because of the red, white, and grey telecommunication towers are our hen communities munti. Them telecommunication towers are safe or ho to the benefit of Obiara our community nimo. We are here, the yebobwa. In case of any emergency biara and now you see a theft going on, for the Ghana Police Service on 191 and now 18555. Ebotunsa fre 0209 222220 and 0242 435629 and now 30 for assistance. So, welcome the telecommunication towers into the approved locations in your neighborhoods so that you can keep connecting to the people and things you love. Message Ghana Institution of Engineering and the Radiation Protection Institute and a endorse.
Welcome back to PM Express Business Edition as we look at how we can fix the housing challenge in Ghana here today, engaging the Minister of Works and Housing, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah. The bit about the incentives, how are we structuring these incentives to encourage more private capital into this field? Because I'm saying that that is the way to go. The supposed 1.8 million deficit, you can't do it alone.
Absolutely.
Bring in private sector, help them, assist them, make the environment more conducive for them, and they'll build the houses for you.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, the way to go is to bring on board the private sector. I'm clear in my mind that that's what we need to do. But what specifically do you do for the private sector? And how do you balance that with the interest of the state? So in the last 1.5 weeks, I've engaged with GREDA, GREPA, quite a number of the developers in the built environment. And I've asked for the necessary policy proposals from them. As I mentioned, we've also set up a general housing department here that I've tasked to quickly do the comparison of the global best practices in this. We'll fuse the two, arrive at what we believe makes sense to private developers and makes sense to the Republic. I'll get the necessary cabinet approvals and we'll push through Parliament to get parliamentary blessing for what sort of package we can put together to attract private sector to invest heavily in the built environment or in the housing challenge. When you go to countries and you see these skyscrapers, all these apartment blocks, etc., it's not just left to the free market forces on their own. There's government. It's beginning to make us an investment destination. That's in the view of some analysts. We need to examine it some more and perhaps tweak it a bit to be clear on where or sectors that we need to offer tax incentives and other related fiscal and sometimes non-fiscal incentives to investors to bring them in. Because the investor has capital and is asking himself, why should I take $10 million of my money to go build houses in Ghana as against South Africa? And if he's of the view that South Africa offers him, a better framework to do that, he will move that $10 million to South Africa. You in Ghana will now be saying, we need houses. Government can't build for us. Private sector is finding it too expensive to do that. How do we solve the problem? So all of us have to understand that we need to make the investment climate a lot more attractive for housing investors to come in and do the master developments that we are looking for.
What is the level of engagement between you and the Minister of Finance? And it comes back to the taxes issues. In one breath, as you're trying to incentivize private sector, there's this thing about the VAT on this real estate as well. And some of them have complained that, listen, you want us to help with the provision of houses affordable. These are some disincentives or something that would disincentivize us in the provision of quite affordable housing in the country.
First of all, there's a new Minister for Finance. There's a new Minister for Works and Housing.
Okay. Expect something new? Or expect something new?
Yes, I think so. And I think that we share views on the kind of policy interventions that must be rolled to stimulate some sectors of the economy, including housing. I'm also in deep engagement with the developers themselves, and they've made this case about the 5% VAT on real estate. And I even making the point that we need to discriminate in the market. And I'll explain to you why. If you look at the data, about 5% of the demand side in the Ghanaian housing market can provide their own houses. About 60% cannot provide their own houses unless you have some sort of affordable housing or district housing program that provides some sort of subsidy on the ground infrastructure. Then another 35%, even if you provided that, they cannot afford even the affordable housing. So they will need some sort of social housing before they can get a decent place to lay their heads. If you're going to do a VAT on real estate, is it across board, or are you going to say that this 5% VAT applies to the 5%? This is one of the very strong proposals that I think Greta has made to me. As I mentioned, we are putting together the body of incentives, and I can assure you that some of these incentives will find expression in the body of incentives that we are putting together. And I mentioned that already the finance minister, as I engage with him even informally on these matters, you know, agrees with us that we have to stimulate the private sector to partner the public sector to do more. Remember, we are the party of private sector. We are the party that believes in private sector being the engine of growth, as President Kufuor famously said. And so we're going to translate that into practice in the policy instruments that we put out there.
Do you think that in trying to deal with this problem, some have said that, listen, looking at the cost input, let's forget about that term affordable, because we can't have affordable housing in Ghana here.
So there are two sides to the coin. There's a supply side. That is a supply of the building stock. And then there's a demand side. And when you say affordable housing, both sides must be affordable. So why are the cost of projects so high? Mostly it's the cost of inputs. If you go to America, the average building is not concrete as you see here. It's not brick and mortar, to use ordinary parlance, as you see here. And that has a way of reducing, therefore, the cost of the property you see there. If you go to Malaysia, the average building you see there is not exactly the same technology. So one of the first reasons for which we are having high cost of projects is the type of technology we are using to build in Ghana. Is there affordable technology? Is there technology that reduces the cost of buildings by 30, 35, even 40%? I was in South Africa recently at the hydrofoam factory, where they are using the compressed earth, etc. It reduces the cost of construction from what they were telling me, a 2-bedroom house. And I must say, also the dimensions are a bit smaller, going for about $6,000 because of the type of technology and sizes they are using. But if we are building concrete buildings here at large sizes, the cost will be higher. That's one. You also then have challenges with some of the imported materials that we are using for our construction.
Taxes as
so
well.
One of the first things we need to look at is the type of technology. We need to promote a lot more local technology construction. And it's one of the things that we want to go heavily on in our district housing program. The policy direction I've given the new district housing directorate is that we want to build with local materials for the district housing program so that we can cut the costs and promote the use of local materials. If you do that, you start dialing down the cost of these materials. Then secondly, construction finance. When the contractor needs to find money to put up the building, what is the cost of borrowing? 30%, 40%, 35% per annum? Then that building will not be affordable. So how do we assist them in bringing down the cost of construction finance? And as I mentioned, we've been having interactions with the Association of Bankers to explore ways by which we can reduce the cost of construction finance. Already we piloted the National Home Ownership Fund through the Finance Ministry, I think from about 2018, and it has worked well in Tema Committee 22. And we want to mainstream that model, particularly for our district housing.
People have assessed it to own their own homes.
Oh yes, I was there yesterday. Already we've done about 400 units. People are living in there. And I'm working with the team to fast track work to do an extra 200 units so that we can get about 600 units there. But my point is this. You've got to deal with the cost of material. You've got to deal with the cost of construction finance. You have a third challenge, the land tenure system in this country. What's the cost of land? Yesterday, somebody sent me a message that he's selling land somewhere. He said $500,000. I said, if the land alone is $5,000,
you can get that in East Legon.
Well, but if the land alone is $500,000, then what's going to be the cost of the landed property in the end? But the point I'm making is this: if you deal with the technology, if you deal with the cost of financing, if you're able to deal with the land tenure system, you can reduce the cost on the supply side. And with the land tenure system, what we're doing is we're dealing with a lot with our land banks. So through State Housing Company and through the Rural Housing Development, we're acquiring a lot of land banks so that we can make it easier to bring down the cost on the construction side. On the demand side, there are very few banks in Ghana that are offering mortgages. You'll be surprised.
So the salary level is also a major factor in here, that salary levels are quite low, and so you can qualify for a mortgage.
But even before qualification, if you go to the Association of Banks and you run a check on how many banks have mortgage products, you'll be disappointed. I'm working with the Association of Banks, Johnny Wu and the team in that area, and the already available data we're looking at is a bit heartbreaking. How do we get a lot more banks to have mortgage products? They explained to me that part of the challenge is the cost of funds. Because if the average cost of funds in the financial sector is, what is it, 20%, 25%, 30%, and it's only available for 6 months or 9 months, they are going to have a difficulty in underwriting a 15, 20-year mortgage at anything lower than that 20% and for that tenor that you are looking for. So one of the things that they have requested is how we can assist them to crowd in pension funds to underwrite mortgages or to back mortgages. And already I'm in talks with the employment minister or the minister for pensions to explore how we can assist the financial institutions that way so that they can get cheaper long-term funding. And then on the demand side, they can also then underwrite affordable mortgages. It is when these two come together that you can find a 2-bedroom unit, let's say at $12,000 or $15,000 or $20,000, and somebody who is at least a salaried worker can then get access to a 15, 20-year CD-denominated fixed mortgage and then access it. But even that then applies to people who are salaried workers, because our economy is heavily informal. What is it? 70% or so of our economic activity in this country is informal. That's the bulk of our economic activity. We're in the Ghana month. If you study the history of Ghana, the market women who funded the struggle for independence, etc., up till now, and all these market women here, my friend down here who sells coconut to me every morning, they are all informal workers. Would they qualify for these mortgages?
No, they wouldn't.
So we have to get the banks also now to think ahead and now find innovative ways of credit scoring all of these, the majority of our people who are in the informal sector, so that if they can credit score them and they can do what they call financial inclusion, bring them into a certain formalized financial bracket so that they can see their income levels on a regular basis, then they can now explore ways by which you can be doing this business, but you can then qualify to fit into this big market.
Could you just talk about the housing fund? What are your thoughts about it in dealing with the fund and challenge issue for the provision of affordable housing?
So that is, I think, one of the things that has been piloted at the Ministry of Finance. And what it has done is that it first assists in construction financing, and then at the same time is used to assist to underwrite mortgages. I know Greta also is asking for a bigger version of a national housing fund. It's not a bad idea. It's an idea.
Is it feasible? Can it be done?
It is. It can be done. I mean,
government committed
Elon
to
Musk
doing
has
that?
developed a rocket.
Is government committed to doing
Elon
that?
Musk has developed a rocket that goes up
minister.
and comes back to land, so it can be done. And I think Ghanaians need to move away from this. It's not possible. It can be done. Kind of
premise on the
mentality.
funding challenges globally and even locally as well.
Challenges are made to be overcome by man. We were created by God to have a dominion mandate, but that's a different matter.
It's possible.
So it can be done. What we need to do is to put our mind to what are the hurdles and the risks, and how do we work together to overcome them. So if we're going to do a housing fund, who should be contributing to the fund? Who should be administering the fund? What should be the purposes of the fund? How do we bring some transparency and accountability to the utilization of the fund? In Kenya, they have just signed an act that provides for a national housing levy, where salaried workers are now being deducted a certain amount to provide for the government interventions on housing. Because if government is doing drains and roads in Pokwase for 8,000 people to live, those drains and roads and outer perimeter wall have to be paid for. So in Kenya, they've created a levy that allows the government to do this and to develop land banks that then make it easier to attract the private sector. So they've agreed on how to fund it. They've agreed on how to administer it. They have to bring some transparency to it. So it can be done.
Should we go that way?
I'm saying it can be done. I've asked for all of these proposals to be brought to my desk. We would get our teams to examine it, to examine the global best practices. And as I mentioned, we'll go to Parliament with a set of proposals which we believe will work for us. But the important thing is that we all come with a mindset that there's a problem we want to fix together, and we'll play our roles together to fix it.
Will these proposals include possible new levy or the existing tax system where it is creamed to that area? I mean, how can we deal with it now?
We somehow, you know, I'm a lover of fiscal policy, and I've always argued that Nemo, that non-court habit, you can't give what you don't have. The Republic must have it first to give it. So if we are looking for these interventions, we have to raise the monies for it. I don't have answers yet as to the path we will go.
The levy taxes, but I think existing levies can be creamed and moved into that area.
I think that we should put all cards on the table.
How serious this nature is.
I don't have answers yet. We should put all cards on the table. Let's all have a clear examination. What is working in other countries? What can we do here? And then let's
we talked about the exit council, and some are saying that even though we want to promote private sector, it appears that it's a free for all in the housing space when it comes to private sector. You want to tread cautiously because you want to also have a free market as well. Estate Council, what is their role?
In the year 2020, Parliament passed the law for the Real Estate Agency Council, which is responsible for regulating real estate transactions and entities, persons who participate in real estate transactions. These days, you can be driving and you see a billboard that says that this building is $70,000. Come and pay for it. And you can go and pay for it, and 2 years after you've paid, you don't have the building. Who are you going to? They'll tell you, we're building. We're on our way. Not everybody has paid. We're building. Nobody's regulating the real estate transactions. And that's why in 2020 that law was passed. Unfortunately, from 2020 till now, the agency has not been operationalized.
Why?
One of my first tasks when I came in was to visit the office that has been allocated to them. I've given them up to the end of April for us to open it up and to staff it and for us to start functioning so that we can regulate real estate transactions and protect the interest of at least those who can buy property who are being given the short end of the stick by property developers. So there's a lot of work that needs to go on in the regulation of the real estate market. So between the Rent Control Board and the Real Estate Agency Council, we need to support them so that they are able to better regulate real estate transactions. I spoke to students from Legon who say these days one of the latest scams is people tell you they're real estate agents, you pay for viewing fee, and they don't even have access to the building they claim they have access to. Who is regulating all of that one? There are bodies that are supposed to be doing that. We need to resource them and urge them on so that they can do a better job to protect your interest and my interest.
Could you rent control? You talked about estate council, rent control. Some are saying that it's a big hassle there.
Yeah.
What are we doing about that?
We are reviewing the Rent Act itself to give them some more teeth to bite. They are also going through a digitization project to move some of their services online so that it's easier for people to access their services. And then, as I mentioned, we are also now trying to set up the Real Estate Agency Council so that they can also be stronger when it comes to regulating the sale and purchase of real estate.
Minister, if we come back, we're going to look at sagliemi housing project and the way forward, and also resettling some of these victims in the Vote area. This is PM Express Business Solution as we look at fixing the housing challenge in Ghana today. What is the way forward? Can we really talk about affordable housing? And sagliemi housing project, what is the latest direction for this area in terms of getting these houses fixed? We'll be right back after this break.
I love President Charcoal. Why? When there are so many other charcoal toothpaste. That's both charcoal and lemon. Oh, does it? Yes. Look right here.
Yes. Pepsodent Charcoal has two of nature's powerful whitening ingredients. With the power of activated charcoal and lemon essence, it removes stains and whitens teeth naturally.
Convinced?
Well, I am. Just look at your beautiful Pepsodent smiles.
For naturally whiter teeth, Pepsodent Charcoal.
Pepsodent. Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
On the 10th of November last year, His Royal Majesty the King Osei-Tutu II, Tumfo, launched the Hill Komfanoche project. It's a drive to raise funds for the rehabilitation or renovation of the almost 70-year-old Komfanoche Teaching Hospital, which was named after the great priest of the Ashanti Kingdom, Komfanoche. Incidentally, when Komfanoche first put the sword that was supposed to be a unifying factor of all the Ashanti states on the ground, it was Otumfuo Osei-Tutu I who was the king of Ashanti then. And so, as part of the 25th anniversary celebration, when the king decided that the time had come for him to lead that drive, for people from far and near to contribute to the renovation of the almost 70-year facility, which has never seen any renovation since it was built in 1955. It was welcoming and refreshing, and it's marked of leadership that every young man or woman would aspire to. Now, like I said, every day, on the average, we receive about 1,000 patients who are coming from at least 12 out of the 16 regions in Ghana. So Komfanoche serves as a referral facility for 12 out of 16 regions in Ghana. Ordinarily, retooling of a hospital like Komfanoche would be seen as a responsibility of government. It is indeed true. But in many developed democracies, like the United States, Canada, UK, Germany, I'm sure many of us who have lived there at one point or another in our lives are aware that these things are done. Private individuals, philanthropists, and so on, give, non-governmental organizations, give towards the renovation, the building of new hospitals, and so on and so forth. And so the king, being a golfer himself, the golfers decided that it was one of the ways by which they could contribute to the king's vision. And so today what has happened is that the golfers are launching a competition of a sort that would see to them contributing generously to the king's drive. I have absolutely no doubt that the golfers have done, their names will be written in gold. Posterity will judge them favorably. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
That's about. I am grateful to be rectified at this moment and accepted as part of your traditional culture and have a father who is a king in Yendi. I have embarked on a journey to be a leader. I can't be on this journey alone. I become what I become because of you. And anyone that thinks for people is successful. Start to think for your people and everyone will grow. I have embarked on this journey to be able to move with the youth of this country. Your voice really matters. And I think we should skip the noise and obey the voice. Your problem is my problem. I've already seen it and I'm coming with a solution. I am coming to put a 1 million CDs on the university challenge for the 10 universities, and UDS is one of them. Will have to invest their money into that business that they presented. We will guide them until they walk on the path of success. It's money, keeping it and making sure it's spreaded right. Remember, I'm investing in you. Thank you.
The second coming of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Welcome back to PM Express Business Edition. Let's look at how can government fix the housing challenge in Ghana today. And what is government doing about it? Minister, Sagliemi housing project. What is government doing about it?
I think it's always important to recall the history of Sagliemi. Sagliemi was an affordable housing project for which the government of Ghana contracted a $200 million loan to construct 5,000 units for the benefit of Ghanaians. $196 million was paid and 1,000 units were partially developed. And there's no money to finish it. Because 196 million was paid, only about 1,000 partially developed units were developed. Minister Atachia commissioned the Ghana Institute of Surveyors to do a forensic assessment of the work that had been done there. And it didn't come up to even the 196 million that had been paid. And also, what had been left was uninhabitable. No sewage system. So if somebody on the 3rd floor went to the washroom, it will just come sit downstairs. There's no sewage system to clear it out. No water, no electricity. And 196 million had been paid for it. And therefore, they also did an assessment of what it would take to finish it. And they came to the realization that another $100 million will be required to get Sagliemi to a point of usability. And they started the process to request for $100 million for that. The government or cabinet declined that after spending $196 million for 5,000 units and only 1,000 partially developed units were availed, an extra 100 million of taxpayers' money could not be put into it. And so when Minister Sensubuachi came, he started the exercise based on the cabinet directive to bring in private sector participation to complete Sagliemi. So they put together a technical working group that had started some work. When I came in about 4 weeks ago, I've met with the technical working group. Yesterday, I had a site meeting with them at Sagliemi to also see if what I'm reading on paper is the same as what is on the ground. And we went there with surveyors and a few other people to at least have a cursory view of what was on the ground. And I'm giving them 5 weeks, that within these 5 weeks, they should issue the international expression of interest to any entity anywhere in the world, and possibly even get on a roadshow to any entity anywhere in the world that this is what we have. 1,000 units partially completed. And it requires about 100 million to bring the Sagliemi settlement to a point of usability. And we're looking for private partners who bring their private capital to complement what we have and finish it and join the government of Ghana to operate it together. And I'm hopeful that the technical working group will do a good job. It's a big development. We cannot leave it to rot.
Minister, hasn't government kept too long on this project with all the legalese and all the rest? And now we understand that additional capital is needed again?
We understood that somewhere around 2019, thereabout.
And what stopped government from getting the additional funding to do that?
When Minister Sensubuachi, when Minister Atachia commissioned the Ghana Institute of Surveyors to do all of the work and determine how much was required to finish it. And since that time, as I've explained to you, there's been work ongoing to now get in the private funding to come on board to assist. The lot has now fallen to run as fast as I can with it. And I've given them within 5 weeks to issue that international expression of interest, to possibly even do a roadshow to get partners from anywhere in the world where they can come in with that $100 million private capital to help us to finish sagliemi and then put it to use.
This is private capital you're looking for. This is and again, you're a lawyer, Minister, help me out. Is the state structure and all the rest, what comes in the private sector person, few months to elections, the uncertainty and all the rest? How do you convince me if a Rockefeller has his investment wing for real estate to come in when, one, there's uncertainty about what happens after 2024 elections?
I think
all those legal challenges to help me out here.
Any watcher of Ghana's democracy must be clear in their mind about two things. There's no uncertainty about Ghana's elections. Ghana is a functioning democracy. The government of Ghana, by the grace of God, will continue in perpetuity. The administrations may change, even in the same political party. What will happen in January 2025? For example, my expectation is that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will win, will not be an Akufo-Addo administration. So even in the same party, it's not the same administration. So people who are looking to invest in Ghana must be clear in their mind that Ghana is a functioning democracy. There's no uncertainty about our elections. We will vote, we will count, we will declare. The one who has lost will concede. If he's not happy, he will go to court. The court will examine the evidence live on TV. We'll all see it. So Ghana's democracy, there's no uncertainty about it. You can be clear and you can invest in Ghana even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months to an election because we're a functioning democracy. Let's be clear about that. Secondly, we also must understand that when you do business with the government of Ghana, the government of Ghana is a going concern. And if you have a contractual relationship with the government of Ghana, unless there's non-performance or some force majeure or some inhibiting factor, that contractual relationship ordinarily should continue. So we are clear in our minds that when we do this international expression of interest, whoever is coming is not coming to do a deal with Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah. He's not coming to do a deal with President Akufo-Addo. He's coming to do a deal with the government of the Republic of Ghana, which is a going concern which will continue in perpetuity by the grace of God, working through the Ministry of Works and Housing.
Can this capital be sought locally? There has to be sought outside to bring in. What are the options you're looking at locally to come on board, or a strictly international market?
So international does not mean we're excluding local. International means that not just limited to Ghana. So Ghana and any other part of the world. The Ghanaian investors or Ghanaian consortia that may be able to find the money and the technical know-how to come together and do this, we're happy to receive them. But we're not limiting ourselves to Ghana alone. That's why we're making it international. So Ghanaian investors can participate. Investors from anywhere in the world can participate.
Minister, I'm still worried about this because even within Parliament, there were some colleagues of yours who have raised concern that any private sector person that comes to take over, we warn that if there should be a new administration, that investment could be the problem.
I mean, I'll even let you finish. I think that is irresponsible in a democracy. You don't have to start scaring investors that if you do a transaction with the Republic while this administration is in power, when I come to power, I'll cancel it. It's totally irresponsible. If we do it, it is irresponsible. If they do it, it is irresponsible. We should rather send a message to investors that you can do business with Ghana. Just do a good, clean deal, a deal that will stand the test of time, no matter who is in charge. So I don't think we should be attempting rather to scare off investors for parochial interest. We should rather encourage more investors to come to Ghana and do business with Ghana, regardless of which administration is in power. When investors come to this town and they create jobs, those jobs are not for me. They are for the millions of young people in this country who need those jobs. So I don't need to scare investors because I'm looking for political power. It's irresponsible.
Minister, there's also a legal issue with respect to this housing project. How are you dealing with that as a lawyer? What advice are you seeking from the Attorney General as well to deal with, while this issue is still in court, the project can still go ahead and it will be completed?
Crime, there's no statute of limitation on crime. And the fact that a crime is alleged to have been committed does not mean that if a resolution is subsequently found to the subject of that crime, it takes away the crime that is alleged to have been committed. The Republic is of the view that a crime has been committed in this particular instance and has advanced that view in court, praying the court to examine the evidence that it has and possibly agree with it. The court that administers justice will examine that evidence and may or may not agree with the Republic. That's a totally different matter from the resolution of the assets that are sitting there. Those assets, we have to resolve them and bring them to use and create those housing units for our people. But the belief of the Republic that crime has been committed, which belief it has advanced before the courts, giving the courts an opportunity to examine and take a decision, that will also go on separately.
Minister, if the funds are secured today, all other things being equal, what are the clear timelines we have here, knowing that this administration, and I'll say this administration, has some few months to still be in office? What are the clear timelines that if the capital is raised today, you have X amount to complete the project? And then what happens next? Can I go in and get the building, or it will still be given to security men or public sector workers?
So two things. Within the 5-week period when the expression of interest is issued, the timelines for the next steps will be articulated by the technical working group. And I'm hopeful that we shall all be here when they come and make that announcement, and these questions will be answered. That's number one. Number two, we are also at the end of this exercise going to go into negotiations with whoever the private partner is. It won't do us a lot of good if I start putting all my negotiating cards on the table now. So, like Stephen Appiah said, let them come. And when they come, we'll do the negotiations.
But the critical thing is that when it's done today, at least it can be lived in within the close of this year, right?
I am not putting timelines to that. What we need to do is to secure a partner who has the money and the technical capabilities to finish it and to commence that exercise of resolution. The government of Ghana, as I said, is in perpetuity. It's not about administrations.
Minister, the bit about resettling of the Akosombo spillage issue, what is government doing about it? Someone said that it's kept quiet too long.
87,000 people were affected by high water levels in 19 districts, 2 in the Greater Accra region, 2 in the Eastern region, 9 in the Volta region, 6 in the Oti region. For these 87,000 people or so, the initial step was to provide them a safe haven, support them with some relief items. The second step was to assist them to go back into their habitations. And out of that, we have realized that there are about some 5,000 homes that are uninhabitable. That's a preliminary data. And so whatever happens, we'll have to build some accommodation to resettle some of them. And so we've started breaking ground.
Work has started as we speak.
We've started breaking ground on the construction of the accommodation units. I'll go back there myself in a few weeks to
But the thing is, the work has started as we speak right now.
I think I've chosen my words very clearly. You have heard me. I said we've started breaking ground for work to start. I will go back there in a few weeks to see the progress of work that they are doing with the first 100 units that we're asking them to put on ground, with the contract signed, etc., that they should get on ground and start all that. While they are doing that, we also need to validate the preliminary data that we have. As I mentioned, we've already seen instances where you have a nephew and an uncle living in one house, and the nephew says, I've lost a house, the uncle says, I've lost a house. If you don't take care, you build 2 houses. So you need to validate that data, and thankfully the chiefs, assemblymen, unit committee members, National Intelligence Bureau, they're all helping us to go through this final phase of the validation, so that when we are done with construction, the construction will be more than 100 units, but we're starting with the first 100 units, because whatever happens, we'll still have to build. So it's better to start now. We're starting, we'll complete the validation of the data, so that when it comes to allocation, it's easier. There are islands that were totally submerged or that have become uninhabitable. They have to come to the mainland. We are grateful to the regents who've given us land in some of the areas, Mepe, Bakpa, I think somewhere around Adidome and a few other areas. And we'll do our best to resettle our people across the 19 districts that were affected.
So all other things being equal, any clear date or timelines where
these first 100 units,
for the residents.
These first 100 units, I've given them a timeline of about 6 months to bring resolution to that, and we'll continue with the rest as we go along.
Minister, I know that you want to do the necessary due diligence, but for some people out there, it has kept quite long.
I can understand those concerns, But you see, resettlement is not just about providing a concrete building. I cite the example of this island community that has lost its school, it's lost its health center, that needs to be resettled. You need to secure the land. There are chiefs who are even asking for compensation for the land for resettlement. We are limited in resources. You have to negotiate with them. Then somebody, agrees to give us this parcel of land. We get that parcel of land. We are now going to a construction phase. We'll have to now build a school, have to now build a health center. So I can understand those concerns, but we are doing our best. I've been in office for only about 4 weeks. We're doing our best under the circumstances. We pray the victims to bear with us some patience, even as we try to run and do our best for them as quickly as possible.
Before the close of this year, something should be in place for them.
As I've mentioned, the first 100 units that we've started work on, I've given them 6 months to bring a resolution to.
Minister, finally, as we try and wrap up on this discussion, what has been the level of engagement between your ministry, your leadership in Parliament, and even other sectors as well, in trying to make sure that this World Bank facility is passed as soon as possible because of the impact on flood issues and all the rest? That has to be sort of.
I think the engagements have been very warm. We've attended upon the committees responsible for it. We have provided all the information on what the first 200 million has been utilized and committed for, and what the outstanding balance is, which we cannot commit because the World Bank program doesn't allow us to commit to anything when we don't have full funding for it. We've provided all of that information in detail to the committee. The committee has examined all of that information. The indication we have is that the committee was minded to take the report on the floor on the last day. Unfortunately, the Speaker adjourned sine die and didn't allow any further business. We are hopeful that when Parliament resumes, we can take that report and move on. But I must also say that we need to move faster with the execution, even of the first 200 million that's available. It's not just about getting 150 million extra. It's also about moving very fast with what is available. And I think that we have to do both.
And are the necessary drawdowns coming in for you to move
on? The drawdowns are available. It's the consultants who have to be a bit more up and doing with their necessary certifications and approvals so that the contractors can move. As I mentioned, 2 out of the 3 days in a week, I am on the ground to ensure that work gets done.
So where is next for the minister in terms of being on the ground to ensure that the works are fast?
I'm going to go to the eastern side to see the outstanding sea defense projects. We're doing 8 sea defense projects across the country. We want to finish about 4 of them as quickly as possible. We have a number of emergency ones. Cape Coast around the Ekun area, Axim needs an emergency project. Dansuman is getting a bit precarious. There's Teshin, there's Blekusu. I'm getting reports from Keta that they're also having challenges. So we're going to go on the eastern stretch, I think somewhere next week, right after Easter. I'm also going to go to Koforidua, where one of the affordable housing projects is still outstanding from President Kufuor's era. It's still outstanding from President Kufuor's era. And myself and the Managing Director of State Housing and the board chairman have had some engagement on how we can work with them to provide some funding. It's something we want to prioritize and quickly go to Koforidua as well and see what we can do to bring resolution to that matter.
Minister, how are you also whipping the other ministers into line when it comes to movement of capital and funding? All this work being done on time, funding is critical.
True.
The public sector is quite slow in moving commitment and even releasing of funds and all the rest. What is being done in that part to ensure that whilst you move and you put pressure on the other agencies, and whilst we, the public, are also waiting for these things to be done on time, the donor funding, the Ministry of Finance, controller, and all those things work in line to move the funds on time?
It's a very fair question that you're asking, but I think it's about working in collaboration. You can't whip them in line. You got to collaborate with them so that we share the vision, so that they also get to understand that, listen, if we're able to deliver 8,000 housing units in Pokwase, it works for all of us. So can we prioritize that? Housing is a major need for our people. If we're able to release the 80 million the president has committed for resettlement of persons affected by high water levels, it helps all of us. So can we prioritize and let it work? So for me, I think it's about sharing the challenge, sharing the responsibility, working together. And I'm once again very grateful to my colleague, the Honorable Dr. Amin, who's also hit the ground leaping. He shares our vision of prioritizing some of these, and we're hopeful that we can get some good work together done in these areas.
Minister Ponkum, I appreciate your time so much, and thank you for this
George, thank you for
opportunity to get details on what government is doing. Another debate will still go on out there about how do we better fix the housing challenge in Ghana here today. My name is George Affe. It has been PM Express Business Edition. Have a great day.
To the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there is one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your elections headquarters. Our seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines. The election headquarters, an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible.
My name is Father Moses Asa Awenongya SVD. I am the CEO of Reagan-Truffen Education Foundation. Reagan-Truffen Education Foundation is a foundation that takes care of the education of children and youth in Ghana from kindergarten to university. Beyond that, Reagan-Truffen Education Foundation takes care of the establishment of educational institutions so that children and youth who otherwise could not have had access to good quality education would be able to have this. And by doing that, we are able to bring out the best out of children who otherwise could not have had any opportunity in life. And so we have the Reagan-Truffen Basic School, we have the Rauschmeier Institute for Technical Training, we have Reagan-Truffen Senior High School, and we have the Reagan-Truffen College of Applied Sciences. Now, beyond that, we give training even to teachers who are around us, to be able to even mentor other teachers, trainees who will come around in the area for training. But also, Namom Primary A, we had a mechanized borehole for them so that they will have clean water and they will then save time even in their education. We've also helped Azena Moore Senior High School to construct a 6-classroom block, very good one, with toilet facilities and all that what a modern institution should look like. And recently, together with a sponsor, we were able to complete a 3-classroom block in Lembisi, the Moshi Dapore primary school, which is in Bomopio. What I'm doing is out of the motivation to ensure that people have perspectives for their lives, and maybe better perspectives than I had. We started the whole thing in 2009 in December. Then I had the first 5 youth that were supporting, and as we're talking now, we have about 300 youth and children that we support directly, and beyond that we then have the other people who then come in. Now, so since 2009 and up to the date, we have been able to train doctors, we have been able to train nurses, we have been able to train managers and teachers and all that. And that is what gives me the joy to know that, look, we are doing the right thing. The JoyNews Impact Makers Award will lead us to be able to tell the whole world again our story. And this story is that it is possible to bring about change.
Hello beautiful people, welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira. It's always about home tips, DIYs and home remedies. A lot of people like coconut oil, but some don't, because they claim that it has this unpleasant odor when it is left there for a long time. So today I'm going to share with you how to preserve your coconut oil, whether it is the refined coconut oil or the virgin coconut oil. But before we do that, let's look at some interesting things about coconut. Do you like coconut water? Well, I do. I know some people do too. It is so refreshing because it always comes in a packed container. Coconut water has a lot of benefits for the body. It may help to regulate blood sugar levels, and it is also good for nursing mothers because it contains calcium and it helps the baby's development of stronger bones. So if you are a nursing mother, consider taking coconut water. It is also a form of hydrating drink. So if you are worn out after any physical activity, if you are looking for some refreshing drink to take, kindly reach out for coconut and take the water. And one thing about coconut is that once it is cut open, you have to consume the water immediately, because when the water comes in contact with oxygen, it loses some of its flavor and the nutritional content. So once your coconut is cut open, consume the water straight away. This is the dry coconut, and the oil is extracted from the meat of the dry coconut. So it is broken and the meat is taken out and it is processed, and then we get the virgin oil and then the refined coconut oil. Later in an episode, I'll show you how to extract both oils. But today the focus is on how to preserve the coconut oil. These are, coconut oil, but different methods of extracting them. Now let me show you how the virgin coconut oil looks like and the refined coconut oil also looks like. This is the virgin coconut oil, and it looks so plain, it's just like water. This is the refined coconut oil. I'm also going to pour, and then we see the difference. I just love the aroma. So this is virgin coconut oil. It is plain just like water, and this is refined coconut oil, which has been subjected to heat. Now, if you are using these two oils to cook, With this one, you don't need to use it for deep frying, or if you are doing your stew, you don't have to begin making the stew with this oil. No, it loses its nutrients when you do that. So after your stew is almost done, you can just pour it on top. You don't have to fry the stew with the oil. But with this one, which is the refined coconut oil, you can use it for your deep frying because it has already been exposed to heat. Apart from using these oils to cook, what else can you use them for? Apart from cooking, you can use it to do oil pulling. Now let me show you what oil pulling is. If there's an odor coming from your mouth, you can just take a tablespoonful of it and put it in your mouth and keep it there. And swish it around. Keep it there for like 5 to 10 minutes and then you spit it out. Don't swallow it, just spit it out, rinse your mouth, and then you can brush your teeth. Do it in the morning and you are assured of a refreshing breath. You can also use the coconut oil for your skin. You can also use it to massage. You can use it for your hair, and then our elbows and then our knees. You can apply the coconut oil there, or even your feet. Some people have their feet is so hard, and you can, in the evening when you are going to sleep, you can just apply the coconut oil under your feet. This is the refined coconut oil, and this is the container that you can pour it inside. First of all, make sure that your container is clean and free of any odor. Pour all the oil inside. The oil is in the container. You close it. And then you store it in your storeroom, wherever, your kitchen. But make sure that you don't expose it to heat. So you cannot keep it at a place that there is heat. And if you want to use it, you just open it. Get your clean ladle, clean of dirt and of water, and then you put it inside, fetch your oil, and then you use. But a note of caution, don't fetch the oil from here on daily basis. No, if you cook using the oil daily, don't do that. Just get another bottle, or you can even keep some of the oil at the bottom of the gallon and use it till it gets finished, and then you fill it. So this one will be the mother oil. So let's say you open this on weekly basis so that oxygen does not come in contact with the oil too much. Close it tight. And you keep it in a dark place in your kitchen or storeroom. So this one too, the same process. Pour it into a container like this. I have kept the remaining quantity here, so let's say I'll use this within a week. And please be sure to store the oil in your kitchen or in your storeroom, and also make sure that you don't expose it to too much light and too much heat. It can affect the taste of the oil. With the virgin coconut oil, you can also keep it in your freezer. It will solidify, and when in need of some, just use a clean spoon to scrape some and use. Thank you so much for watching Home Tips with Mira, and I believe you have learned how to preserve your coconut oil. Please, anytime you have coconut oil, go by this process and it can last you a very long time. Please don't forget to watch me on this same channel, and also go on my social media handles, Facebook Home Tips with Mira, YouTube Home Tips with Mira, and follow me and like and share the video so that others can also learn from it. Now I am done with the episode, and I'm going to break my coconut and get my fresh juice to refresh myself.
My name is Dr. Justina Wachukweku, and on this episode, we are going to talk about male urethritis. So what is urethritis? Urethritis is an inflammation of the urethra, and the urethra is the tube in the penis where semen and urine flows through to the outside. That is the urethra. And several things can cause this inflammation. Most commonly, it's usually an infection. And less commonly, we can have other things like trauma, catheterization when you go to the hospital, or when you have prostate disease and you have to put in a catheter. Sometimes reactions to certain chemicals like spermicides when you're having sex and other things. But today our focus will be on the causes by infection. Basically, most of them are bacteria. The commonest is called gonorrhea. I'm sure we all know about gonorrhea, and the organism that causes gonorrhea is called Neisseria gonorrhoeae. Followed by that, we have one caused by Chlamydia trachomatis. Then less commonly, we have the Mycoplasma, we have the Uroplasma, we can have Trichomonas. But we are going to focus more on the gonorrhea and then the Chlamydia. Now, these inflammations, when it happens, or this infection of the urethra, usually have a urethra discharge. What is a discharge? A discharge is any liquid aside urine or semen that will come out of your urethra. So if you're a man and you see anything coming out, any form of liquid, whether it is thick or light, coming out of your urethra, and then it is not urine and it is not semen, then you have a urethra discharge. Most of the time when you have discharge, you can have some burning sensation or pain on urination. So when you have these things happening, then you're having a urethritis. That is an infection of your urethra. So for the gonorrhea, usually when you have it, it happens speedily. Like within 3 to 4 days, you realize that you're seeing the discharge and you're having this burning sensation, and it's really, really uncomfortable. For the chlamydia, it's usually very slow. It happens slowly over a period of time, and it takes a very long time, but then you realize that no, this thing has been happening, so let me see a doctor, or let me do something about it. The discharge for the gonorrhea is usually white or opaque yellow, and the one for the chlamydia is either watery or mucoid, and sometimes it's usually very small. That is the major differentiation, but you can't just look at it and say that I have gonorrhea or I have chlamydia. You have to come and see your doctor. Now, these infections are STIs. That is, they are sexually transmitted. So for you to have them, then you must have engaged in an unprotected sex, or you are being promiscuous. That means you're having sex with different other people. And because of that, it is a disease of the young. Most commonly, people around 25 years or less. They are the ones who usually get these kind of infection. Others can get it, the older ones can get it, but you realize that it's very common in the younger ones and people who have very bad sexual habits. So now when you realize that you have a discharge and you have painful urination, then you should know that you're having an STI. And because it's an STI, it is very likely that you can have other STIs happening like HIV, herpes, syphilis, and all others. So when you come and see your doctor, the doctor will try and eliminate the other causes or other type of STIs as well. So our dear gentlemen, please, if you see any of these symptoms, please rush to your nearest facility, see your doctor and get treated. We have our